Max, you are no longer in the jungle, but you have a hoodie on. Is it getting cold there in Finlandia?
Yeah, it rained today. I was at the track doing some last tests, and suddenly it just starts raining like hell.
So, are you going to the Euros?
Yeah. Leaving next Monday.
Oh, well, we probably won't be able to record then. We will have to probably touch on the Euros today.
Yeah, maybe we do some on the site, Maybe I call you from with my phone.
That can work.
Yeah.
All right. Well, enough of the jibber jabbering. Let's get cracking. We have lots of questions, lots of news to go over, and all that good stuff. And let's hit that intro.
Nitro is the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast. Get ready for some serious bench racing. But be warned, we speak our minds, express our thoughts, and sometimes things can get a little rowdy.
Hate, and he just was influenced by the hate coming from the left, the hate coming from the right.
And let's get back to more club racing and less of this grabbing racing.
It's hard not to be arrogant when you're always right. You know?
See what I mean? That's exactly why people call you arrogant, Max.
You may not agree with everything we say, but it's definitely worth a listen.
And our pick, can you stop whatever you're doing?
Join your host, Lefty the Great, with co-hosts and guests as they get together to chat RC.
Hey, after that race that I watched this morning, I have to talk about it.
Go. $100 right here, $100 throw. Oh no!
I like this.
Yes, indeed. Nitro's the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. Every time I heard Greg's, oh no, like he's going to lose $100 in that bet, I still laugh at it.
Yeah, I was just like, I don't know, a few past podcasts, I've been always doing something random when the intro plays. But like now I looked at it after a while, and like that's, like Zach did a good job on that. I still believe like that's one of the best intros.
It's long.
ever.
I mean, you only wanted it 25 seconds, and it's actually 30 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, it was 15. Then it went to like 20, 25, and now it's like what, 30, 40
1 minute and 30 seconds.
What? Yeah, but we started at 15, and then Lefty was like, "Oh, I want to add this. I want to add this." And
1 minute.
Well,
and 30
I mean, it turned
90
out great.
seconds.
Yeah, it turned out great, but yeah.
Yeah, so
I guess
Greg,
it was worth.
Greg was like, "I bet you can't get this." I've never played cornhole before in my life. It is a fun game, though. Don't get me wrong. I can understand why it's popular, and it's you can get a college tuition with it. But yeah, he was like, "I bet you can't get it in there with this for your left arm," and I was like, and he was like, "Oh no, I'm gonna have to give you $100." Yeah. All right, Max. This is show number 252. While you was chilling and doing the Nordics, we did show 250, which was live. If Barry Baker and Clayton Young joined us, which was great. Thank you to everybody that joined us. Also, I did a 10 scale Dirt Nationals recap with Sir Spleenless Matty G, which is show 251. If you guys haven't checked that, it is up on the NNRC YouTubes and the NNRC, pretty much every podcast app that's out there. It's out there. If you are listening to this on a podcast app, please leave a review. If you are listening to this or watching this on the YouTube channel, hit that like, notification, sub button. We are at 4,160 subs. I would really like to get to 5,000 by the end of the year. So please help us out, everybody. And it shows our statistics, our analysis shows that still many people are not subscribed but are watching on YouTube. So hit those buttons for us, people. We greatly appreciate it. We're going to get right into this. I would like to say thank you to all of the NNRC squad around the world. We cannot do this without you, as Max curls his mustache. Thank you very much for all the support, the continued support. We are coming up on 5 years of doing this. So that is pretty impressive. I would like to thank also the patrons of the NNRC. You'll get early release of this podcast as well as the YouTube members. If you wish to support this podcast a little bit more financially, you can by going there and supporting on the Patreon and YouTube membership. We greatly appreciate it. Links in the written description of this podcast. Also, big thank you to everybody that participated in the fundraiser to get me to these races. I greatly appreciate it and made the best person win. We still have a few spots left to sell, and then we will do a drawing for that. And also, I would like to say thank you to all of these companies. We have links for them in the written description of this podcast. If they don't have a coupon code, we don't have one for them. Or an affiliate link, we don't have one for them, but some of them do. And the affiliate links give us a little slice, and the coupon code saves you guys a little bit of money. And if we don't, just say, hey, I heard about you on the No Name RC podcast. And I notice they are Invisible Speed, High Tech RC, Sun Pedal USA, Sidewinder Fuel, Hot Race Tires, Mayako, Beach RC, Techno RC, Clinic RC, Ignite Design RC, Stacked RC, RaceCraft USA. Shout out to WRCE, House of RC, RCGP, our drivers, David Runnerford, Jared Tebow, Robert Batty, Alexander Hagberg, and now we have added Maddie Gonzalez to that, our first 10 scale driver. May he be Sir Spleenless.
Yeah, he's brand. He doesn't have a company
Glitch RC.
now.
Well,
Glitch RC,
yeah, it's like his brand, but he's still working for like One Up and whatnot.
Okay, I need to ask, what do these stock motor tuners do? They switch the bearings and
no, they do a whole bunch of I don't know, but they do a whole bunch of tweaks and all the stuff to it.
Do they sand down the
I don't know.
motor?
It is. I don't know. It's a lot of. I've asked. You know what? I'll ask him. But each motor tuner has their specialties and their little tricks and tips, and there is an art to it. So they
oh, for sure.
I have no freaking idea.
Essentially, it's just like making the motor more efficient. You know.
I don't know, but your camera is really blurry.
Yeah, it could be my internet because you was lagging for me.
Okay, there we are. You are kind of laggy yourself. You had some better internet, Max. Come on. I thought Finland has good internet. All right. Max, welcome back. We are recording this on the Monday, the 21st of August. I am scheduled to go to the RC program. I'm supposed to leave tomorrow night. Well, Wednesday morning, 3:00 in the morning, but we have Tropical Storm Franklin out there brewing, and he might put a dent in my plans. I hope not, because I really want to get back to the races. I've been looking forward to this for the last couple of weeks. So hopefully I'll see everybody at RC Program when this is released. You have been busy at the Nordics. We're going to touch on that a little bit. I have not been really busy besides just watching RC, looking after my children. Nothing special. I really want to get out of her because my children been driving me crazy for the last 4 days. I'm going to have to watch them because my wife's been busy. Oh, man, I'm just ready to get out of her. See them later when I get back. But such is life. I enjoy being able to watch them, but they have tried my patience. As I'm sure most who have young children will feel at some point. So that's going on. Just getting ready for RC Program. It's a little bit of a different event. It's supposed to be a team event. It's being held at Lake Wakamaka in North Carolina. It's under a roof. This is the first time that Brent's done something like this under a roof. I think this is where we're going to see the Fallbro race move to as well, because I heard that he was telling me that where they have Fallbro now is going to go to the soccer people, so it's not going to be available to RC anymore. There's not going to be any more Badlands. So this is like supposed to be the first race of maybe a few that are coming in this facility. So I'm hoping we go. I'm hoping I make it. I hope Franklin doesn't. Like, it's at 3:00 tomorrow morning when it's supposed to be like near the airport. It's like when I'm supposed to be leaving. But as of yet,
it's a hurricane.
It's a tropical storm. It's probably not going to be as windy as much, because it's going to be where the airport is like right in the middle of the country. It has to come through a lot of land and a lot of mountains to get to where I am. But it's going to be really rainy and going through the mountains, and the rivers are going to be rushed very high.
But aren't you on the better side of the island?
Yes, but the airport that I go to is kind of in the middle. It's over the mountains. It's in between.
Okay.
It's actually in the valley of two mountains.
Yeah.
So it's one mountain range to its south and pretty much surrounding it. It's like literally right in the middle of a mountain. So, but I'm not too worried about it. I think we'll be all right. All right. So I have to do a few shout outs before we get going into some invisible speed and high tech RC news. I want to shout out to Sean Duffy and the people at Dogs Day RC. They did some pretty cool things. They had like a exhibition, and he says he's doing it again in September, where they set up a track. They closed off a part of the road. It was a part of a market or exhibition, something. And they said they had a bunch of people coming by, checking out RC. I told them it's got to run Nitro the next time, so it gets more attention. So that was cool. Shout out to those guys. Always good to see positive things happening on RC. Future stars of RC with Race Like a Girl, Katie Carmendi and David Carmendi. That's happening at the end of this month. I believe it's happening at Red Bush in North Carolina. That's also another great initiative going on there. We have the TZO team race coming up at Gary's RC in the 8th to the 10th. That's going to be another team race. We had Gary on her a few episodes back to talk about that in his facility. He has a backyard track, former professional archer as well. And I want to shout out to my boy Justin Wowdy and his Wowdy Events Work Series, which he's actually having a race this weekend as well at the HRCR track, which is the Eaters track. And they just got Joey up there to do a new layout. That is actually a very, very nice facility that they have there. And
that's up in Seattle, right?
No, that's up in Idaho.
Oh,
but
okay.
it has a big red, it's like the driver's hand's big red metal sided. They have an indoor facility, outdoor facility, on-road, off-road. It's beautiful. So that's where they're having the third part of the work series. I think Tebow and a couple other fast guys are going up there as well. So that's cool. Like I said, he just had Joey in there to do a layout, and yeah, that's what's going on up here. And then obviously we have the Euros coming up next weekend, but we're going to touch on that a little bit as well. We had a lot of racing this past weekend, a lot of national champions crowned over there over in Europe. We had the Nordic Championships about a week and a half ago. We're going to talk about all of that, but before we do that, we have to pay some. I mean, I guess I should ask what you've been up to before we get in there. Give us a quick synopsis of your life. I had no idea that you was going to the Euros.
Really? I was okay, but yeah, I'm going to the Euros. Since the Nordics, I kind of went back home. Had I guess you'd call it a week off. Well, not really, because I was practicing for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We did some tire testing for the Finnish National Series because we use spec tire. Talking about that today, Joseph, as good as ever, I asked him before, hey, can you arrange me tires for the Euros? You know, you're going to arrange tires for Pekko and these guys, so let them know that I need tires too. Okay? Today I asked him, only asked tire for Pekko. Okay? So luckily I managed to contact some people. So I hopefully I get some tires for the Euros. But that's yet again one more reason to go spec tire for all flyover races. It's just silly. And yeah, so did some tire testing. Then had I was supposed to go to this race, but then I had some things come up. Couldn't make it. So that saved up some time of the weekend, and we ended.
What race was that?
It was just like a Finnish Open. It's sort of a club race series going on in Finland. Up in Kuopio. It's kind of well, I'm kind of sort of organizing the series too. I mean, the clubs do like all of the work pretty much, but I kind of organize the dates, who is going to organize when, and write up the calendar, so on. And yeah, so basically the idea is just to have clubs that haven't had any nationals ever or in a while. They can have a race without having all the load of being a national, having referees, having tech, also those sorts of things. But yeah, I ended up having to miss it, and that saved me some time. So we went to a local festival. It's like an art.
Right. That's where you was when we was talking to you today. Correct. All right, cool. Yeah, nothing really new on my side of things here. The guest for this week is actually Kendall Bennett of the owner of AMain Hobbies. It was a great chat with him. I met Kendall many years ago, 20 plus years ago. And it was good to catch up with him and find out the full history of how AMain started his history as well. So I thought that was a really good interview for those who are interested in that. And yeah, just been busy. Kind of decompressing after the trip to Florida. And with my birthday, then it was my wife's birthday, and then I don't know. I usually take a break around my birthday time, but I kind of did, and then of course I'm just gearing up for art. I got a very busy few months ahead of me, so I'm enjoying the time that I do have at home. All right, with that said, I think it's time that we get on to some RC news, because we have a few things to talk about, including some race results. And the RC news is brought to you by Invisible Speed and High Tech RC. That's right. High Tech RC is also one of the sponsors of this podcast. Remember, everybody, also that with the invisiblespeed.net, there is no 20% coupon for that. But if you do buy the online course with our affiliate link, we get a little slice of that, and we appreciate that. Also, thank you to High Tech RC for all their support. Super pumped. High Tech is coming on for the Hydrogen GP. They just released their RDX2 1000 AC/DC dual port charger, discharger, and power supply. It has a sleek, modern design, easy to transport handle. Actually, should be getting one of these soon. The RDX 1000 is the AC/DC powerhouse you need to charge your high capacity battery packs at rapid rates. The dual output ports each offer 20 amps of power to simultaneously charge two batteries of any chemistry, or you can pair the outputs up to charge at rates of up to 35 amps. It features a easy-to-use LCD interface, display, and handy push-button controls, while the front panel uses XT60 connectors and an XH balance port connector, help keep all the wiring uncluttered. It is high charge and discharge rates for lowering resistance and improving power make it perfect for stock racers, and it accepts both 12-volt DC and 100 to 240 volts AC. The RDX 2000 is ideal at charging at home or in the field, and perfect for all hobbyists needing ultra-fast charging of their larger batteries. Thank you to
I'll get mine tomorrow.
Oh yeah, good. I should have mine hopefully soon here. And that's good, because I got a lot of boat batteries to charge up here, and I need to get some more leads. I'm gonna have to hit up my boy Jonathan RC to make me some more leads. I also see that he had some leads come out this weekend as well, some new leads. All right. I think we should just probably get right into the Nordics real quick. Let's touch on that before we get into some of the races. So you had the Nordics. No Runnerfolk, which I was shocked that I thought he was supposed to be going, but I guess he probably decided not to go, because I think I did talk to him yesterday or the day before. I think he's going on a slight holiday prior to going to the Euros. So I think in the end, he just decided to stay home and do a club race there, probably for the best, get some testing done. And just get ready for the upcoming big race, at Redovon here. Yeah,
it was a little bit of a disappointment to not see. It would have been great to see, how his speed stacks up against the Finnish drivers. But yeah, in the end, it's I don't really know what was the reason he ended up missing it, but it would have been probably a 4-day trip. So. I guess it could be just like time management, like couldn't fix all the schedule. But yeah, overall we still had quite a good race. I mean, unfortunately, mains got rained out, so that was a big problem.
That sucks.
Yeah. So this is the type of track where it's really hard to make differences. So most of the time, it's like the top 5, top 6, they stay together because it's so hard to make it any difference. So it's always a super tight race at this track. So it would have been really, really great because we had so many guys there, like Robert, Joona, Pekko, me.
Robert looked like he struggled a bit.
Yeah, he had like crazy amount of like silly issues. Like he broke a link screw. I'm
laughing because I could just see his face when he's doing this. Like,
yeah. Then I think one round he had a flame out. One round I don't know what it was, but something broke again. But all of them things were like really silly. Like there was really nothing wrong, and he was doing great. Like his speed was quite good, to be honest. I mean he was pretty much matched with Joona, Pekko, and me. So I ended up finishing 3rd in Nitro. Robert, I think he got a 2nd and a 4th in the rounds he didn't retire. Joona was pretty much like fastest all weekend. Well, at least on Saturday.
Is he going to the Euros?
Yeah, he'll be going.
Okay.
The craziest thing about Joona is the last time he drove 8 scale
was that Euros?
Worlds last year.
Worlds last year. Okay.
Yeah, red one. So he obviously he's driven 10 scale and he drove a lot during the winter and so on. But like, yeah, grabbing an 8 scale car after almost a year, and he just straight up. I mean, this is the track that he's most familiar with in Finland because he used to go to this track a lot. And so, yeah, some kind of like, if it was another track, it would have been probably more difficult for him. But here, like, he's always really fast, and yet again, he was super fast. So,
what about Pekko? And I saw there was another young racer there that you kept. I just saw pictures. I didn't really. I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention much.
Yeah, so Pekko was probably the 2nd fastest guy, I'd say. He got a one TQ in Nitro, and he was quite close to Joona in the end. Like the one round, there was 3 tenths between them. I was a little bit back. I was like maybe a 10th or 2 per lap, but over 5 minutes, there's not much. You know, this is quite an easy track to go around, so you don't make lots of big mistakes. So it's just nailing those laps after lap. So yeah, I ended up finishing 3rd in Nitro, and then there was 2 young drivers, one in electric and one in Nitro. The driver in Nitro, Kasper Hahti, he is not. I think he's probably around 10 to 14, somewhere in that range. And he is like crazy fast. Like I think he finished 3rd in one round and had 2 fourths, and he was right up there. He finished 4th after qualifying. So, and he's been super fast this year. So he'll be one driver to look for. But another young driver was a local one, Christian Ollakka. He was really fast in e-buggy. I was a little bit faster than him, so I ended up taking 2nd in e-buggy, but he was there all weekend. Like I think he even beat me in the seeding round, so he ended up finishing 3rd. And yeah, he's also a driver that up and comer. There's lots of those in the moment, like in Finland. Like I probably like 3 to 5 names that could be the level of Pekko and Joona, or even possibly better than them in a few years' time.
That's good to see. And you had some decent results with your crazy looking body that's got everybody talking.
Yeah.
So
it's funny
I have to ask you about that body.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it like Lexan molded, or you got like, I don't know, it looks like you molded it out of yourself, out of clay or something?
No, it's Lexan. So basically what I done is I made a mold out of plaster, and then I self-made a vacuum forming table. So I put the Lexan in an oven, And then I have the mold on the vacuum forming table, and I vacuum form it. The reason why it looks a bit off is because the plaster mold is kind of like a work in progress. So I haven't like sanded it down all smooth and so on. Now the design is obviously quite drastic. It's crazy because every other person that comes to look at it is like, this is absolutely amazing. Can I buy one? Or it's like, what the fuck is this? Like, this is hideous. Like, how can you even drive this thing? For me, it's just that I kind of started out with the JQ body in like 2020. And I started like making changes to it. I ran always those like side wings on it. So I started making little changes to it. Made it a little bit lower in the front, narrowed the cap down, made it more round, all of those things. And then throughout the years, it's kind of molded to what it is now. You know, like this is what I found to work the best. And yeah, that's how it became to look like it. I'll try to like make it look a bit more natural, because not right now it looks very aggressive, you know. Pekko calls it the pelican, you know, because because of the front scoop. Oh, what
really?
The camera.
Oh, like a pelican that group scopes up all the food, like
yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, sounds like it was fun. Unfortunately, the rain rained it out, and you guys couldn't finish the finals. It would have been great to see that, but that's I guess we'll segue into some more European racing. So this actually caused, this is Circus RC. This actually caused a little bit of a kerfuffle last week on the internet. But congratulations to Berkan Kilik. I think this is his first national championship, maybe his first in national in nitro buggy. But he almost was not able to race this because by the rules of the Germans, he did not race any regional races to qualify for this. So I saw that his dad made a post about this. So I messaged him and asked him about it. He told me briefly, he said, but they said that the international events that he'd done would qualify him, but apparently they didn't put in the paperwork in time or whatever. But anyway, the post, I look, people say the rules are rules. Yes, rules are rules. I agree with you there. But if this man has represented the country at the Worlds and Euros and all this type of stuff, I think you should let him run. And look, he goes out and wins it. This is a good win for him. Beat his brother, beat his friend Eric Ronan. We see Jorn Newman there. So congratulations to Berkan. I'm sure he's happy about that. That's good to see as well. Anything to say about that before we move on, Max?
Not really, just the situation. Like, I mean, the thing is that this kind of stuff can only happen in Germany, you know, like if someone is like strict on rules, it's Germans. Like they love their rules. Anything you can have a rule of, they'll have.
Yeah. You said that. And then we go on to the BRCA and we see Elliot Boots. I like his shades. Elliot Boots taking his 7th UK national title. It's been kind of the Johnny Skidmore show for the last couple of years. There's Johnny Skidmore to his right. There's Will Skidmore to the left. But I guess Boots came over. He wanted to get his title back. And he won it this past weekend at Nemo Raceway on the carpet track. So congratulations to him. Looks like, hold on. So the fifth and last round of the 2023 British Radio Control Association 8-scale Nitro Buggy National Championship was held at the famous Nemo Raceway located in Southam this past weekend. Elliot Boots, S-Works/Reds Racing, Shoot Fuel T Pro Racing made a trip from Italy to race his fellow countryman for the title. Elliot set the overall TQ after 5 legs of qualification. He took the win in the 45-minute final, followed by William Skidmore, Lee Martin, and that was it. So the win allows Elliot to take the title and his 7th British championship from the Skidmore. So the Skidmores were the current, Johnny was the current one, and now we see Boots coming back over. I'm sure he'd be happy about that because he's probably been a little bit seething, not winning that in quite some time. 2 years, I think he hasn't won it, if I'm correct.
Who won it? Johnny won it.
I believe Johnny
won it twice in a row.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
Yeah, he's happy about that. Then we're sticking with Europe. We will go to France, where Noah bin Mohammed takes the 2023 1A scale French e-buggy cup. So this was held at the TTMBC track, and I'm not even going to try to say that. But this young man who done pretty good at the World's Lasher and 10 scale, good to see him winning, even though it's e-buggy. Noha Ben Mohammed. I always want to say Mohammed Ben Noah, something like that, but that's his name. Noah Ben Mohammed. Congratulations to him. And I think that's it. I actually think that's it. I don't have anything else with Europe involved in it. So we're going to go over to the USA, which saw some racing this past weekend. The biggest of those races being held at LCRC. But before we get to that, let's talk about real quick. I want to touch on this. Dirt Runners in not Louisiana. Dirt Runners. I'm not sure exactly where it is. I want to say St. Louis. I think it's in St. Louis. They have St. Louis Dirt Runners. This track's been around for a long time. They had the ProTech RC Midwest RC Challenge, Nitro Challenge, I believe it was called. And Max, did your camera die already?
No.
Okay.
I just need to fix something.
Okay. Well, let's mute your camera. Mute you right there. This race had quite a bit of entries. It was pretty good. My buddy Wes Marville was telling me about it. And my other buddy LW4, Larry Wright the fourth, he was their young driver that I met at PMB. Very nice young man. And Jerry Klingbeil were there. And I was talking to Jerry while he was out there. LW4 did pretty good. He finished in third in Nitro Buggy, and I think he won Nitro. I think he won Let me see. He won third in the Nitro Buggy, and I believe he did not. He maybe won Electric Buggy. Let me see. Yeah, he won Truggy. So this young man, I got to meet him at PNB. He's a nice young man. They call him LW4. But this was a pretty good race. I was talking to Tony Scarsella. He was there. But in Expert Nitro Buggy, we had Paul Skowalski, Brandon Bruce, LW4, Jake Stolsing, and Eric Fletcher. They also had a few gas trucks there. Ignite Design RZ. Gonna throw in a plug for them. So they were there. That's good to see. That was a decent sized race right there in the Midwest of America. But the big race was actually, and this race is grown in popularity so much over the years. My buddy Toby Hampson actually had the coverage for 46 RC. I'm gonna bring it up so you can have a look. Are you there, Max?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm just trying to fix something.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Do you want me to pause and then you come back to this?
No, we're good.
Okay.
You was doing your thing. I have no clue what this race is.
Okay, so all right. So we're gonna just checking. So I'm gonna add this to the stream. So 46 RC did the coverage. I must admit it was pretty good. They had moving cameras at the main. This held at LCRC up there in Pennsylvania. Beautiful facility. And here we had a 45-minute Nitro Buggy main, which saw Ty Tessman dominate from lights to flags. I think personally that this is what we would have seen in the 2021 Raw Nationals, because man, Tessman was so fast at that race as well. Let's turn on the volume. Let's have it on so you guys can have a look at the track. There you see Gord right there on the start. There's Drakeford. I know him. I think looks like he's drinking a Presidente. And there we see them take off. Man, I really like this track, this facility.
Those were nationals for some reason, at least for me. Those were like one of the best in the past few years.
Well, this track has been known to have, it's had Raw Nationals before. It's been considered one of the best. Great organization. The track is kind of similar, I want to say. Like they still have the same elevation and all this type of stuff. But there you see Tasman, and actually this race is actually getting a good bit of people there because it had I'll bring up the results here. It had in the A final, sorry. So Lutz was actually was doing well in this too, and he flamed out He crashed off to the side and flamed out. But in the end, it was Tessman, Mayfield, Lutz, Wiggins, Bornhorst, Drake, Lime, Bardone, Mark Souza, Seth Van Dalen, Jason Scraffler, he's a local, Spencer Hackett, and Ethan Mechanic, this is his local track as well. So this race has grown immensely. They had I almost want to say they might have qualified for a top 25 race, which would be great because then the internet will go crazy this weekend. But yeah, man, Ty just was in first from start to finish, man. Like Mayfield actually dropped down to third for a little bit. Like him and Lutz battled it out really to the end. But Lutz was flying too. But I think this is what would have happened in 2021, man, because that's how fast Tessman was at this track. So I think they just had all the setup stuff from the previous 2021 and they just applied it and they were flying.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a shame that happened because like Cole, like he was fast, he was super fast, but he is very prone to, having a mistake, and beating Mayfield at a race like this is difficult. But, Tessman knows how to do it. He has multiple Roar Nationals. And, Mayfield was his, like, top year. He's won everything that year. So that would have been
Aiden came second this year, I remember.
Yeah. He was fast too, to be honest. Like, he wasn't like second, like best of the rest second. It was like he kept Mayfield honest, to be honest.
Yeah, it looks like Lutz got into second here, and it looks like Lutz is going to chase on Tessman. But I was reading his race board, and he said he went off the track, and they didn't get to him in time and fanned out. And we see Mayfield in his nighttime body. This track, I don't know, man. Mayfield, I think is still just searching for that comfort. Yes, he got second, but he would want to win this, right? But yeah, Ty Tessman. It seems like it's either Tessman, Mayfield, or Fenn that win these races nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be pretty much same. It was like
but it hasn't been anybody really different since then. Seth almost broke this up at Wicked Weekend. Speaking of, he had a stinker of a week. I think he finished like 8th or 9th or something like that. Mayfield won truck. But we all know these guys want to win this, right? Lutz won E-Truggy and E-Buggy. Lutz is actually, when it comes to E-Buggy, that Kyosho E-Buggy is good, man. And I have to say, it can't be bad because I will say that Lutz has looked impressive besides just having flame outs or making big mistakes. He has looked really solid at races this year with the Kyosho platform.
I think I'm like, the thing with Lutz is like, you always look at him as like, oh, he's fast. Like, he could challenge for this. And then something always happens, like something goes wrong for him. So he needs to get his reliability, like, much better. That's one thing he really needs to, like, work on his program right now. Because I think Lutz is kind of a sleeper pick for these races because nobody ever thinks, oh, Lutz is going to make the top 3 or top 5 or whatever. But he's always there. He's always there fighting. And it was crazy because we all thought like, oh, his career is almost over. He's going to WRC. Then when he left WRC, then it was like, okay, now it's over. But I think like it kind of, I think we talked about it, to be honest. But Kyosho has, at least in my eyes, really revived his career, like competitively.
I would agree with that. Dude, just looking at, sorry to cut you off, but looking at this track, do you see how deep that bow is over on the right-hand side? I love that. That's so cool.
There's lots of like off-camber elevation. This looks like a very tricky track, to be honest.
But look at Tessman, just out there, comfortable. He didn't, I don't know if he didn't run truggy, but Mayfield went first one truggy, Wiggins second, Bornhorst third, Lime fourth, Ryan Lutz fifth. E-Buggy, I believe it was Lutz, Tessman, and that's intermediate. Hold on for a second. I gotta find it.
Yeah, Lutz is looking good here, to be honest.
Yeah, he is. Then
following Tessman.
I think he would have. Unfortunately, if he made that mistake and he flamed out, I think he would have been good. But in E-Buggy, it was Lutz, Tessman, Mayfield, Wiggins, Sousa, and Van Dalen in 6th, Bornhorst 7th. Also, it was I missed the beginning of this main, and I didn't watch it today, so I need to go back and watch it. But I remember when I was watching one part, who I was pitting Mayfield, it was two things. First, he went flying out of the pits, and it must have had the fuel stick in it or a fuel gun, and that must have went with him. And then a buddy of mine pointed it out. He sent me a picture that he came in with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to go, and they didn't even lift him up. They pitted him right on the pit lane, and I could not figure out why they did that. Why would you not pick them up? And I mean, it cannot be that much faster. It's actually, I would think about me might be more risky. Now, I don't know who was pitting Mayfield at this race, but it wasn't his normal guy. I don't think. But I don't even think that's allowed.
In 8 scale, in off-road, it's allowed. In 10 scale, it's in on-road, it's not allowed because they use foam tires. So if you spill fuel on the pit lane, it's gonna be like really slippery. So,
but you're allowed to pit. I thought all tracks where you had to pick them up, like exactly like what's happening here. That's Will Walker.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think there are rules. I haven't at least seen.
There are no rules. There are no rules at a race like this because it's not.
No. But I mean, even EFRA, I don't really recall a rule like that. Obviously, that's like what you should do. You shouldn't do that on the pit lane. But yeah,
Tasman just looks comfortable. Look at him out there, just reeling away.
He seems to enjoy these high grip tracks where you can just keep your flow, like very technical high grip tracks. That's his strong suit, I think.
It comes in for fuel. Let's see what Gord does. There's Gord. Boom. And there's Mayfield. There's Red. It was Red that was fueling him. I couldn't see from the picture. Okay. So it was Red. All right. Well, congratulations to Ty Tasman. Congratulations to the people at LCRC. Also, a big shout out to Toby. And I think Kevin Winters was on the cameras. They did a good job of this following the main. I'm going to go back and watch the whole main as well when I get chance. But that was the big race in America this past weekend. This race is getting huge. I wouldn't actually mind it. LCRC is a very nice facility. Like it is a top-notch facility. It's beautiful up there. The only complaint I have, it's not much around there, but that's fine. You can live with that, I think. So congratulations to them, and congratulations to everybody that podium. This race is, like I said, just turned into one of them races that's become very huge. It's getting a lot of entries. It had, I know we don't measure by entries and whatnot, but this had a very good entry count. It had, and they run a very good program up there. It had 219 drivers, 470 entries. So that was a pretty big race this past weekend, I would say. All righty then. Moving on. So some products that I saw this past weekend, Max, or over the time that we've been gone, that I want to talk about. Horizon Hobby, actually, just news in RC, sorry. Horizon Hobby sponsored a
NASCAR team, right?
A NASCAR race, right? And they won it. Like, they won it. I'm going to play the video. So I wanted to talk about this. I actually heard about, my buddy Chuck shared this to his thing, and then I heard Savage Joe on Ran Out of Talent talk about this. So I said I wanted to touch on this because I wanted to get your opinion on this and the general consensus of what people think. So what do you think about this? So we're just going to go through the replay of this. This was actually at the Indianapolis 200, so it's like a on-road type race. And
Roval. Oh no, this is a track road course.
Mm-hmm. But we have, I mean, do you think, so I guess the argument on Savage Joe's podcast, that was a bump, was, that guy's,
I saw, like, the thing that happened, I read about this because people were, like, going about, like, the restarts. So what happened is NASCAR has this rule that you cannot finish the race under a yellow. So
right.
If it happens that if it happens that there's a crash and you go on yellow, you have to do, I don't know how many laps, but a few laps. I think it's like
you do the green, white checkered flag. So you do I think it's like 3 laps. I could be wrong, but you have to do like that one last lap and then basically 3 laps. But that's So maybe 2 laps.
What happened was they always went to caution, and there was like so many crashes. And the craziest one I think was the last one. No, it must not have been the last one because people went off to the wall. But yeah, it was a crazy one.
So what do you think about this? We have a Horizon Hobby sponsoring a NASCAR. Do you think this boosts? I don't know what they had anything, but what would have been cool is to have maybe an RC car on top of it afterwards or something like that, in a victory lane and whatnot. But do you think this helps boost our hobby anyway? Do you think people look at this and say, "What's Horizon Hobby?" What maybe Horizon Hobby helps boost them a little bit?
I have to say that any sponsorship in motorsports, unless it's like an oil company or something that directly, is marketed to those people, I think it's always kind of a not a smart financial decision, like you don't see Apple sponsoring anything, anything like this. So I think I don't know. I think it's just that usually the people who sponsor motorsports are ones who are passionate about it, Like,
well, I would think if Horizon was smart, what they would have done would had more than just, I think what needs to be done is stuff like this. And I don't know how easy or viable that is, but I think, they need to have like the whole shebang there. Like have RC cars that have a driving track, stuff like that, maybe.
Yeah, the thing is with this costs a lot of money. The amount of influencer marketing online, stuff like that. Like you could probably pay Mark Santamaria's like full year salary with less than a quarter of what they spend here. So like things.
So you don't
like
think it's any benefit to the hobby at all?
Oh, it's 100%. It's a benefit, but I think it's just like it really depends what Horizon Hobby is. Like, obviously, they are not only focused on RC. They want to expand. They are a corporation after all, so they have so much more than TLR and
exactly.
They have even like Arma. Like they have planes. They have all kinds of hobby equipment. So I think if they want to and let's be honest here, they most likely want to sell like NASCAR remodels, like model NASCAR cars. So they go through this, and then through this they meet the right people, they get the licensing, stuff like that, So I think that's their they see more than just the exposure. So that's what I think. They see like a possible deal with NASCAR where they make their scale models on RC NASCARs. Like right now.
You mean for the licensing? Yeah, I mean, could be.
So stuff like for example, like the motocross bike, that they have all those licenses for that.
Mm-hmm.
Like why would they sponsor NASCAR and not try to go for that? Obviously, they're trying to get some deals and to benefit them, because just sponsoring a team, I don't think it's like worth it, like if purely on like money and exposure. Like obviously winning, it's good. Like they probably got their money's worth now that they win, but winning in a 40 car grid, it's very unlikely.
Okay, all right. Well, we want to know you guys' opinions out there. Put them in the comments. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd conclude to say like I'm all for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like they can do whatever they want, but if I was them, I probably would have marketed a bit different, use social media. Like,
yeah, I would have put a car on top of that thing. Like, hey, look at our RC car. Like, let people know what's going on. But I mean, they have to win, right?
I think they must display some of their products, like because they have a paddock there. Like, they must do something like that. So, but yeah, obviously, like what was it, NBC, CNBC? What was it? They don't have the footage of all that. But I think they do more than just the sponsorship, obviously. But I don't know. I don't think
I have to
stuff
ask
like
Dennis
that.
Stockman.
Yeah, I don't think sponsoring stuff like that is the way to grow RC. I think it's just like exposing RC on its own, not brands in RC.
Well, Trax is sponsored like drag racing and they sponsor
Sword Course trucks.
Yeah, I think even Associated at some point did that as well.
Yeah, yeah, they sponsored the Lucas Oil team.
Right.
Yeah, so I think, it's hard to say. Like I do have to say that it could be actually beneficial for sales. Like I don't like directly, but I think the benefits come from somewhere else. Like it comes from those short course trucks that Associated made with that Lucas Oil paint scheme. You know that what is it, SC24 or whatever?
Right, yeah, they look
with
cool.
the Lucas Oil, yeah. So I bet they made the money they spent on that. They didn't make on sales on the B6. They made on those. Like they got the license for those because they were sponsor. They made those. They sold those like millions probably. So like, well, millions of worth of money at least. Probably not millions of units, but.
Right. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. All right. Moving on. This product was pretty cool. I thought anyway. It is a automatic tire gluing jig from Raw Speed. They're taking pre-orders for it now. Man, if I'm a hardcore racer like I used to be, I'm getting one of these because I hate gluing tires. Hate.
You just buy pre-glue.
That too, but this is actually pretty cool and pretty ingenuitive. Like the first automatic tire gluing machine, I think. Like where you just put a tire in there and it gets glued.
I think it's more directed towards companies though.
Really? Like
I don't think that it's targeted towards like races.
Because you know what?
Doesn't it cost like $1,000 or something?
I bet you what? So what? People have EBIS machines. They don't care. Just to break
true. Okay, yeah, true. But I think, well, people will buy it. That's for sure.
I just think it's ingenuitive. I believe that most tires are hand glued nowadays. I could be wrong. I believe that companies do hand glue them.
I think I'd say less and less. I don't think many hand glue.
Really?
Anymore.
I would who would probably really benefit from this is Wally's girlfriend, Dirt Donuts.
She loses her job.
No, but she can get one and do automation.
More. yeah. She automation replaces our workers. This is it. This is the end of Dirt Donuts.
Well, more volume. Or more volume.
Yeah. But I think I don't know. I like the machine. That's for sure. I like it. I think it does a good job. So I don't know. I think
you are not impressed.
Kind of I don't know. I'm just not like I like the machine. Like if you want me to geek out on the engineering of that machine, I'd be like, yeah, hell yeah. But I don't see it like as a cool thing for hobbyists or people like that. I think it's for those RC brands that those people who want to make their own tires, like this machine and the fact that you can buy it for 1,000 or whatever will bring up, I'd say around 5 new tire brands that wouldn't have come up otherwise. Okay? I'm like 95% sure that this machine alone brings up like 5 new tire brands to the market.
Okay. I'm not gonna I get it. I just think it's ingenuitive and cool. I can't believe it's taking this long to get something like this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's probably a lot of these machines, but it's just like because this is the first one to be openly marketed, So, but yeah, it's a very cool machine, and it's nice that Raw Speed is putting it out to sale for sure. I mean, I have nothing bad to say about that.
Okay. So also I talked about this on the last couple of podcasts, and those who haven't listened, I got this kind of happened the other day. I'm gonna put it up here so we can watch it. And I'll be a part of this pretty soon, and I'm actually pretty excited about this.
I mean, it's an amazing project about kind of sustainability in the future.
So excited to be here. I've never really traveled outside the country, so it's all really exciting.
Yeah, we are definitely excited for the race. We are here to give our best we can.
Will be long 6 hours, and I hope everything gets okay.
It's a fantastic environment, and it's really a lot of fun. And I know if I was a high school student, I'd want to be here competing.
You're on mute.
All right. So those of you who aren't watching this or listening to this, that was an advertisement for the H2GP, which I'll actually be attending on September. I start on September 10th. It goes through to the September 13th. It's being held at the Venetian Hotel in Las Vegas. It's being held at the world's largest sustainable energy convention. So that's actually pretty cool. I'm excited about that. And what it is, this is an educational program, right? So this program is actually in over 500 high schools across across the world. We actually have teams from all over the world coming. There will be 30 teams coming to this. There's actually a team from Dominican Republic. I was just talking to the guy who's in charge of that. He's like, do you have any tips about setting up cars? I'm like, look, I'll talk to HagBerg or somebody like that and get you some tips. And I showed him the 10 scale touring car course as well. I need to talk to Joseph about that. And I actually talked to HagBerg about this, and he says they have a hydrogen an event like this at the Hudi Arena every year. So I'm assuming that this is all of the same program, because the guy I'm talking to is in Europe as well, right? In that area. So this is actually pretty cool. So these are hydrogen powered. I have no idea about this stuff whatsoever, that they are hydrogen powered RC cars. These are not RC racers. They're groups of teenagers from high schools that get together, build these cars. It's an endurance race. They can have, from what the guy was, I have to read all the rules. I'm kind of going to do that when I get back from RC Pro-Am, but they have different energy levels. They can get more energy. They have to, it's pretty cool. I'm going to be commentating on this. RC Racing TV is actually doing the coverage, but it's going to have spectators as well, because there's going to be thousands of people just milling around this convention, and it's going to be smack dab right there. So this is actually very interesting, very cool. I like anything that that gets kind of RC to people, like to high schools and stuff like that. I think that's a good thing. Getting these schools together, these classes together to get these teenagers building something cool is really good. So it's, here's the educational part of the challenges of the 21st century demand a skilled technical citizenry. The H2 Grand Prix Pro provides students with hands-on experience that will open them to a world of education and career opportunities. So, man, what do you think about this? It's a whole, they have a phase one, which is like centered on defining the problem of global climate change. Students analyze data from scientific organizations and engage with hands-on experiments of renewable energy technologies. Then phase two is the students begin to construct their own hydrogen-powered car, a potential solution to the problem of global climate. The design, the look of the car, assemble, maintain its power systems, and make sure the car is in good working order. Then you learn how to use Autodesk software to create the soft design for the car's body. they test. They got to put the car through different paces, and as much now for all the RC geeks out there, these are not like super fast electric touring cars, by the way, either. Nor are they like X-ray cars put together. You know, not what we look at as RC nerds, but these are like some basic touring cars that they put together and build. And I think it's actually pretty cool. I'm looking forward to being a part of it. What are your thoughts about all of this, Max?
I think it's great. I think this is the type of stuff we need to do more with RC. You know, like, because I always think about because I'm studying to be an engineer, and like all the stuff that I learned from RC, like you could very easily teach hands-on experience to people. You know, like how does an internal combustion engine work? How does an electric motor work? Like what kind of batteries you need? Like what actually happens inside a car or a vehicle or anything, like a power system on its own. So like RC is cost-effective and very functional way of teaching people hands-on how stuff happens. You know, like lots of schools have student formula student something teams. Like all of those could have RC, you know, like high-end RC cars with like very intricate power designs. You know?
I agree. I'm actually trying to maybe go see the team here and talk to them a little bit more. Like I said, I just started talking to him this week, and I'm pretty pumped about this opportunity. I go from here to the Georgia Peach State Classic right after, and that's going to be fun. Something different. You know, it's always good to go see something different, do something different. And also, I've never been to a convention. So even though it's like nothing I'm really interested in, but I might find something that I'm interested in. You never know. Yeah. And it's pretty cool. And I want to thank RC and High Tech has come on board as well. So that's really cool about that. They came on board, and I'll see a bunch. I was talking to some of the guys from High Tech, so they'll be there as well. And I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm going to do I'm taking my stuff. So I'm going to do a walkabout, all that type of stuff. So people, you know, I'm going to put it up on the channel so people can see what we're doing and what's going on. And I look forward to being a part of this, man. I believe Charlie Swanker actually did it before, the commentating side of things. So I might hit him up and see what he has to say about it. And actually, I'm thinking about getting the guy on the podcast who's in charge of all of this to explain a little bit more when I get back. So good stuff. Tune in for all of that. I'm excited about that. And I think that is the end of our RC news for this week. I don't think we missed anything. If we did, we did. If you didn't, we didn't. If you think we guys missed something, let us know in the comments. I'm sure you will. Max, we have a good bit of questions from a couple weeks ago. I'm not going to answer all of them. A lot of them are pertaining to Wicked Weekend, and I don't think we have to answer all of them. But this week's BenchRacing QA is brought to you by Sidewinder Fuel and Beach RC. So Sidewinder Fuel, Morgan Fuel has been collaborating with many of the world's top drivers over the last 40 years. This has enabled them to test their fuels in many of the most challenging situations and take the development of competition fuels to the next level. The result is Sidewinder, the world's most powerful racing fuel. This fuel has been track tested and proven by many national champions, world champions, including Ryan Cavallari, Ryan Mayfield, Greg Degani, Mark Pavidis, and many more. These drivers appreciated that Sidewinder was blended perfectly for the high performance needs of competitive racing. Don't let victory slip through your fingers. Purchase Sidewinder today with a little side of Max sneezing. Also, thank you to Beach RC for their continued support. I will see as we're recording this, Lucas has his documentary coming out from the Nationals, and I saw the little sneak peek teaser, and it looks like he is done a great job. I know he was capturing a lot of footage while he was up over there, and I look forward to that. I know he's put his heart and soul into this, and I applaud Lucas for doing that. And thank you to Beach RC for their continued support. We do have an affiliate link. If you guys can use that, it helps us out a lot.
BeachRC.com, the racers' one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. BeachRC.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. BeachRC.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, JQ Racing, Pro Circuit racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at BeachRC.com today.
Alrighty then. Thank you to BeachRC for their continued support. We have quite a lot of questions, Max. And I need to get to them. I need to find a lot of them too. But we'll start out with some. All right. So I guess this is a pretty good one. Carl Falusi. Thoughts on the Viking running the Fly Sky in recent ONROAD, and he ran it recently here at the Swedish Off-Road Nationals. And is there any talk of an M17 replacement to be released with Sanwa? So I have a Fly Sky Pro. I haven't used it in a racing capacity yet, but it is a very good piece of kit. I was geeking out with it, updating different stuff on it the other day. I'm using it in my RC boats and I'm using it in my crawlers at the moment. I'm actually going to use it in my Techno MT410. I know Reinhardt signed on to use these as well, so I'm assuming that's where this connection came with Ronafalk, because he runs automatics. I think that Fly Sky is onto something, and I think the regular one that they had was just $200. It's pretty good. The Pro is better. And I think you're going to see more people using this radio over time. I think it's just going to get better. I think they're going to pump some money into racing.
Yeah, I think, well, the reason why David probably switched was because his M17 somehow broke, like the potentiometers or those, like they had something that went south. I don't really know. And I guess during the same time, Mark Reinhardt started running the Fly Sky. So I guess it kind of just, David probably asked them if they could send him one, and then he tried it, and I guess it was okay then. Like, the thing about radios is that why Sanwa and in the past, like Futaba was so good, was because like the technology, the speed of the 2.4 gigahertz and the I don't know what you call it before that. The ones you had to use the I don't know what the fuck those are called in English.
Crystals?
Yeah, crystals. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure, like, then at that time, like, the technology was much more hard, like much more difficult for like in this sort of budget and this sort of niche field to have expertise on. So that's why, you know, Sanva and Futaba were so dominant for quite a long time. But then now, where that technology is kind of like pretty solid, like there isn't much to, well, I don't know for sure. I assume there isn't much you can improve. Like, you can always make it a bit faster, a bit more reliable, things like that. But it's already to a level where it's enough. It's good enough. So this allows other brands to come in, and Fly Sky has really, as it looks to me, has put a lot of effort into the software, how it works is as a thing. And yeah, I think those things together kind of, I think now is a good time to make a radio without the 20, 30, 40 year experience that Sanwa and Futaba, those brands have, as well as having something new. And then obviously make it in China, and it being a Chinese company, I believe, you have that price benefit instead of Sanwa and Futaba, which are Japanese companies. So yeah, I'm all for it. I probably won't be switching my Sanwa for a little while, but I'll consider the Fly Sky next time I update my radio.
Yeah, okay. Also, is there any talk of an M17 replacement being released? I haven't heard anything personally, but I wouldn't be surprised if something's in the...
When did the M17 come out again? Yeah, I mean, could be time. Yeah, probably M17S, something like that. Maybe. So they usually release radio every 5 years, if I'm not wrong. I think, yeah, Yeah, I think they could be releasing one soon, but I don't really see anything wrong with M17, to be honest.
Okay. Donald Tolbert up there in Alaska. He wants to know, what did Lefty do for recovery of the voice? 2-part question. And what could be helpful for the next announcing of a race? And it was great listening and checking in on Wicked Weekend. I think having somebody to be in there that you gel with and have a good a partner. You know, it's always better when you have somebody to work with. I enjoyed working with Nick. I enjoyed working with Scotty. Camden's pretty good as well when he gets in there. But when you have to do all the talking yourself, it's tiresome. Plus the interviews. So definitely having somebody in there, probably somebody who's a better race follower would be helpful, because I'm definitely more of a color guy and I miss a lot of things. So I would appreciate that. And and also maybe I talk too much. Like I get too excited. And like after the race between the Nitro main between Seth and Dakota, and like I went ballistic, that's when my voice clown was just like, I was just tired. I was tired after that. But I enjoy it. I mean, people might think, well, you're talking, it's not you're being tired. But it's a lot of thinking on your feet and, you know, all that type of stuff. You're going all day long. So it definitely would help with that. And like lozenges help. Because believe it or not, your oldest hair gets tired, you know, after you talk all day. And when I finish that, like, I don't even want to talk. So you got to try and save your voice. Lance always told me, save your voice. Don't get too crazy right off the bat. We have a bunch of questions about sportsmen and all that type of stuff. We already covered that in our last rant.
Yeah.
In show 249.
Yeah, I put it all on the line from my last rant. Can't rant for a few weeks now.
I mean, I'm sure you will rant later on today.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
We actually don't have a rant, but we have something funny to talk about later on. Eric Quartermouse, I guess that's how you say his name. Maybe as a show topic in the future, the state of RC journalism seems like you are the go-to source for true RC journalism. Jason Snyder's videos, great unbiased reviews, but for news, commentary, and context, you are it. What sources do you like to reference, and who is your go-to source for news? I use pretty much the websites, Circus RC, Red RC, Live RC, and then I use a lot of Facebook groups as well. So that's what I do. And then obviously when I'm at the races, or I talk to people who are at the races and I find out things that happen there. So I always know somebody that's there, or the Discord also, our NNRC Discord seems to be pretty good as well for information. And some people just message me and let me know things that I might have missed. But I want to go on a rant because true RC journalism is hard.
It doesn't exist. Yeah.
Because there's no money in it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would have to be
making a lot of money. People may think it is, but it isn't. If you want to help this RC journalism, go hit that sub notification button. If you really want to help, become a YouTube member, become a patron. That helps a lot.
Yeah, that's like the sole issue. Like in today's day and age, there is no way you can make actual quality journalism work unless it's pay-per-view. You know, that's the only way you can make it work. You can see it in any field, really. Like the reason why Circus RC is working is because they post this brand released a new shim posts, because those brands pay them money to post one, thing about their company a month, or one a week or whatever it is, and they pay a certain amount of money. But the thing is, like, Red RC did this as well. Like, they used to go to all the races, get sponsors, but they eventually understood that, then accepted, because I'm pretty sure the people behind it were passionate about RC. But when it is financially more worth it to not work at all, but just post the new shim every few days from 10 of your sponsors, you end up making, a good amount of money from doing almost nothing. Whereas you would work your ass off and you'd still make around the same amount of money, because all of these trips, like even paying your expenses, you have to send a few guys. Like Red RC always sent like 2 or 3 guys over to these races. You have to pay for hotel, for food. You work 12 hours a day. You write stories, you take pictures, you take videos. Same with Neo Buggy. Phil did it mostly on his own, but like he worked his ass off during those times. And that's kind of the thing. If people aren't willing to pay for it, for the journalism part, the viewership of it's not enough where companies will just pay for their logo. They will pay for you to post everything they tell you to post. That's what they're fine with. And that's how it is today. That's why there isn't, like, obviously there's people who still do it. Like Chris goes to races and takes pictures and so on, but not even close to the way we had before, where there could be a race where there was Neo Buggy and Red RC at the same race, and then local news, RC news sites.
You know what? As a person that tried to do this, it takes 2 people. Like, I don't
minimum,
know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, these guys are so, like, Neo Buggy used to take pictures, film, and do written stuff. I'm sure you met with another person, but it's a lot of work. And then when you go to some of these other races, you like a DNC, for instance, you're up to whatever hour, you're trying to be there to the end of the race. You're there to some hour, then you got to go do all that stuff. And it's a lot of work. It costs money, and nobody's going to do it for free.
Yeah.
Or for like $500.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And
so
that's kind of the issue with, like, for example, RCGP. It's kind of like, it's a different thing, but same issue is people want it. They want the entertainment, but they aren't willing to pay for it. And because the brands want the easy way of it, everything, like, that's where things go,
Yep, I would agree there. All right, next question is from Will Crow. He wants to know who is going to be the next breakout driver like Seth and Dalen was this weekend. My prediction is Camden Lime. We've been saying that Camden Lime's going to break out here soon. He's had a very good year. I don't know, man. Mason Fuller's still my pick. Like, I still want him to win a nitro race. He's going to. He still has lots of time, but I would say it has to be Mason Fuller. He's gonna win one here soon. Not had the best year this year though. Not had the best year.
Yeah.
So
yeah. What about Caden Fuller?
Could be. I still think he's just not as good as Mason, but he's also younger.
Yeah.
And maybe a little bump, but Little Bump still has time.
Well, I'd say Little Bump had his breakout performance already. Like, finishing second at the Silver State. That's
good. But I mean, like, breakout. I guess he's got to win. I would say win. I would breakout for Mason Fuller would be winning, and for Little Bump would be winning one of these races. And I mean, like a big race, like one of the race time events, one of the Joey events, I would say. All right. Slowy McSlow. I don't understand this question. He might be trolling us. He goes, why do I like driving an LRC with everyone? What is an LRC?
Probably low roll center.
Okay, there we go. Why do I like driving an LRC when everyone I know drives better with their car set up with a high roll center? Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
On two-wheel drive buggy running slicks on clay. Now, I know you don't have much experience with that.
Yeah, but it's pretty like a broad question, so I think it will relate to a lot of. So, for example, Tessman is one of these people as well. Like really soft car. So usually people who do that are the type of people who don't push the car very hard. So, or if you push the car hard, you push it to the limit of, you feel the limit of the car, and then you don't go over it, you know? So, there's a few exceptions to this. So it depends how you make your roll center low. So if you make it with the arm, then what I just said, like 100% matches it. If you make it with the link, then it's a little bit free. well, a little bit different, but it's still basically the same principle. So with a low roll center, the roll of the car is much slower, so it doesn't transfer the force to the outer tire as fast. It lets the car, roll smoother. So that gives you the feeling that where the edge of the initial grip area. So initial grip is this where the tire doesn't slide at all, so you don't push the tire too much. The car doesn't the car doesn't roll too much. You are on the level where the tire still works without additional pressure. All of the tires are quite equally balanced, and this way your car is pretty much always on all fours, and you have very balanced amount of pressure on all four tires. And this is sort of the initial grip area. You have a lot of grip in this area, but it's very easy to go a bit over it, where your car rolls very suddenly, or you lose grip very suddenly, or so on. So with low roll centers, it's very, well, let's not say very easy, it's easier to use this area. And this allows you to have, I'd say, more grip. You have the higher grip around the track, which then means that you can go faster around corners and so on. But the downside is you have that limit, the initial grip limit. And if you go over it, the car is so soft it folds. Okay. With a high roll center, however, you don't have that initial grip area really. You don't it's so narrow that it's almost impossible to drive within it. So what drivers that like this do is they push the car to the outer tire, and they load the outer tires. They drive more aggressively, steer the car more aggressively. And by doing this, they force the car to go around the corner faster, but they have the peak grip is still the same, or possibly even more in this scenario, but the overall grip and the initial grip for them is less. The terms I'm using might be a little bit confusing, because I know Joseph uses them, and he for him initial grip is just the first movement you make a lot of the times. But to explain this, I think it makes more sense the way I'm saying it. So you have this area where the car doesn't slide. All four tires have quite equal pressure, and then when you go over that, you want more support. Well, higher roll center gives you more support, and by that you can go push the outer tire to the ground, gives you grip, instead of driving smooth with a low roll center and you have the high initial grip all the time. So it's a lot to driver preference. And today that happened because I'm one of those drivers who likes a low roll center. I like the car to have the initial grip range, and I can keep it there. Whereas Pekka and Joseph are the opposite. Joseph is a driver who wants there to be no initial grip area, or very narrow one, so that he doesn't have to drive within it. And Pekka is a driver who drives like a freaking maniac, who always pushes the car to the absolute limit. So for both of them, they like the car stiff. They like roll centers that are high. They like low amount of and a high amount of anti-squat, low amount of kick up, so the car doesn't move around that much, keep it stiff, and they can really load the car into places and keep it sort of direct it where they want it. Whereas I like to sort of tiptoe the car around the track in a way, and with that have that initial grip, which is that high grip area. And there's lots of things that probably make it easier to understand. I think Joseph has released the videos on his YouTube channel about the grip, because the way rubber and grip with rubber works is the more you load it, the more you kind of lose grip. Friction is based on load and the patch, but the issue of rubber is you kind of lose the grip when you load more, and there's always a certain amount on all fours. So you want the equal amount on all fours, theoretically, to have the most amount of grip. And that's what the initial grip area, that's why it gives you so much grip. And if you are comfortable driving it in there, not over driving the car, then most likely you'll like lower roll centers. But it's a little bit different with the links. If you do it with the links, then you might have a high arm and it's still very stiff, so you can really throw the car around. But with slicks on clay, most likely you're one of those drivers who drives on the initial grip area if you like low roll centers.
I zoned right out about.
I saw it, so I thought you wouldn't be watermelon seating me for a while. The thing about this is like, it's really hard to talk about this without any visualization. So I kind of end up talking in circles, and then I end up bringing it back in the end. So.
Okay. All right. Well, here's another question, and you will not go long. It should be quick, pretty easy. Austin Shave, I hope you're feeling better, Austin. So you did some racing this past weekend. That's good to see. Hey, guys, on the new Razor style wings, why do you think everyone has started to drill holes in them? On a loose track, wouldn't you want a stock wicker for more downforce?
Okay, so this is yet again one of those things that...
Oh, my gosh. Is this going to be 20 minutes?
No. This is going to be quick, but this is one of those things that doesn't really make sense the way we do it, but it makes sense if you know what's happening, okay? So the wings we have, they are like absolutely ridiculous. Like a lot of the wings have a flap in the front of the wing, which makes it so that the air doesn't travel below the wing, okay? So there's air pretty much only on the top of the wing flowing. Below the wing, there's only turbulent air that does really nothing. And this fucks up pretty much all of like logic with the wing. So because of this, the tip of the wing, there isn't any flow of air. It's just a stop of air that puts pressure. It's like a overpressure zone that's on top of the wing that puts a lot of drag and a little bit of downforce with it. And that's like one more reason why like logical things like moving the wing back doesn't really work for us, because it does a lot of drag instead of a lot of downforce. Like it's opposite of at F1, for example. It's a low drag, high downforce. So the holes come from the fact that the angle of the top lip is like so steep. It's like unrealistically steep and very high accelerating angle. So the air doesn't flow. It's just overpressure all around it. And then there's no flow under the wing connecting anywhere. And with the gurneys we have, it's yet again more fucked up. The air separates under the wing, even though it should continue, and then you get the what you call it? Then you get the airs sort of connect, and there's the little vacuum on the top of the wing, which nicely like flows the wing out of the car, which reduces drag. Okay, but right now it's just turbulent air mixed with fresh air, and it's just all drag. And the holes come into the picture where we want to reduce the drag so the rear end is more flowing. You know, you want the rear end to like move more, so you make the holes and they reduce the overpressure of the wing, and you get the air through, you get less drag, the rear end feels more free, you get more rotation, but overall the downforce doesn't change much, because to begin with the wing didn't have much downforce. It had a lot of drag, and that's the main difference really. It's just that with the holes you reduce the drag but don't really change the downforce much, because it's mostly drag what's happening in the first place. And I haven't personally ran the holes. I have been meaning to try them, and I will probably go ahead and try them this week if I still get to practice, because I've been like, this is one project I'd like to be working on. The body was the one that I kind of more of a passion thing for me, because it's a bigger like whole thing, and I've been working on a lot of like different things within the car. I want to package it in a certain way, and the body is part of that. But the wing will be my next thing, because how it's done right now, it makes like no sense at all. It's just like everything about it is wrong pretty much. The only thing that's right is the gap between the first and the second element. Like that's the thing. A lot of the things I've gotten right, that the gap needs to be a certain way, and the air must go through it, and the size of it. Well, the size of it, people don't know what it should be because every wing is different. But overall, like that's something that most of them got right. And one of the most funniest things are those associated and Mugen wings, where they have that the second element goes below the first element, but then it has like double layer. Like there's no reason in that. Like that's like, I don't really understand what's the logic behind it. But okay, basically your wings are mostly drag, not a lot of downforce. When you put holes, you reduce drag, don't affect the downforce because they don't have much in the first place.
You know what? I think you're going to answer that right there with that little statement. All right. Yeah. Because I understood that last bit much more than that whole story even. But I get it. People want you to geek out. If as little science nerd as possible, answer this next question. Sean Runcie, let's talk setup stations versus camber gauges. Call 1-on-1 if you want first. I'm an avid tester and think I have debunked this with raw data. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, okay. So this was on the Discord. This was like an endless discussion at one
on our
point.
Discord?
Like during the last winter. Yeah, on the NNRC Discord, and I think it was my channel. Like someone asked me about it, then I answered. Someone else asked me about it, I answered. So on. And it kept going for months. And this is actually good because I have a quick answer for this. So if you are lazy, or if you are not very precise and particular and persistent, get a setup station. It's so much easier. You know exactly what it is. You don't have to think, oh, is it 1.5? Is the rim bad or whatever? Because when you have the camber gauge, you can get everything right. I get everything right most of the time. I measure with my camber gauge and I borrow Joseph's setup station to check it, and it's most time exactly where I want it to be. But the thing is, I spend like 15 minutes just checking camber with my camber gauge. Okay, and that's why I probably will buy a setup station soon. But when I run the same setup, it's not like I know what it should be, so I don't have to do that process. When I change something, then it's a long process to fine tune it. But basically, if you're lazy, get up the setup station. It's more precise. You get it very right away. It's easy, simple. If you don't have the money, you'll do fine with the camber gauge. You just have to really focus on it to be sure what you're doing is right. And also understand that if your setup station reads 2.5 degrees, that's probably 1 degree, 0.5 degrees on the car. And this is because with the camber gauge, it has bearings. With the setup station has bearings, so it takes away all the slop, whereas the tire sticks to your setup board. It doesn't take away any of the slop. So, for example, I'm running 0 in the front camber when I measure with my gauge, but it's 2.5 with the setup station.
Okay. All right. So we're going to move on. Donnie's dad, Williams. Is rough driving, hacking getting worse, or are drivers just complaining more? I have some thoughts, but might be wrong. I don't think it is always intentional in the lower classes. If you get mad about being hit in sportsmen, then they'll drive in sportsmen. At the pro level, it is a different ring altogether. I would say the driving we see now, I would have to say and mostly because most of my races I've been going to in America is due to the fact that that's something that started at a grassroots level. That's not been nipped in the butt at a grassroots level. Now I will say this. There's times this is off-road racing, rubbing is going to be racing, and stuff like that. But I think like with the track cutting, the hitting people not waiting, all that type of stuff, that has to come at a grassroots level. And I think, you want my honest opinion about that? I think with this, I know you're going to think Keenan's like on a serious conspiracy theory type of vibe, but when am I not on a conspiracy theory type of vibe? I think the urge to win and have that great Facebook post after a club race win when there's only 10 or 20 people there is making you take RC so serious that you don't have any manners on the track. And that is where I think the industry is like, oh, I want to get that Facebook post. I got on the podium at this club race. But it should be just about having fun at that club race, right? Yeah, you hit that guy. If you think that it was bad, wait for him and continue on racing. But I think the pressure that people put on themselves now to bump up in percentage and all that type of stuff is just like people are generally taking this racing too seriously now, and it's coming out on the track where people just sometimes you see people just blast people. No, it is a little bit of people probably complaining too much, oh, he took me out or this happened or whatever. Like we have an ongoing argument in the NNRC Discord over the Fend and Rivkin thing at the Dart Nationals. It's like people are still arguing about it, and I think that it was the right call, right? It's been slurred on. One guy had a whole thesis on it, and he was right too. Barry Baker had a whole thesis on it. Your dad. But I think the core of this is that we see a lot of races where people take these little club races that should be fun, should be used for honing your skills and getting better, and they're so serious about it because they want that picture, they want that Facebook post, they want to buff up their resumes, and this whole sponsorship thing has turned RC too serious for the regular person. The people that should be taking this serious are the people like Go Ogdens who are getting hit or who gets hit, or Seven Dalen and all that type of stuff, right? They should be taking it serious because it's a paycheck for them. But Joe Blow out there in Sportsman who's not, yes, I get it. Nobody wants us to be taken out, but man, you just see people. I have seen some viciousness but then, also I agree. Get out of the Sportsman class and race with people a little cleaner on your on your experience level and stuff like that. But I think at the core, it's people putting so much pressure on themselves to get results at every little race they go to that they have lost all manners. And I think it also no governing body to really push that, no referees, no stuff like that. And yeah, I think it's like a whole bunch of things to add up to that one thing. But it's some dirty racing out there. People blast people and just keep on going. It's just like, and the RD can't see everything. So that's my thoughts on that.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add, really.
All right, I know you're going to geek out on this one. I know. It's actually a very good question. So Chris Powell RC wants to know, when are RC brands going to stop reinventing the wheel? How many different shock geometries do we need? There's a point at which the industry is becoming repetitive with a new car. I appreciate Agama doing something somewhat different by laying down the shocks on the side, but at the end of the day, it's still just new geometry. Why can't manufacturers look into shocks that mimic full-scale guys? Mountain bikes use air. What about shocks with air that can be changed? More simple than oil. What about shock bypass systems? What about variable compression rates by doing something different? What about portal axles in racing cars? Increase the ride height if needed. Not saying it is perfect for racing, but it's being tried in the full-scale world. Also, they have portal axles on scale cars, scale trucks. What about, he said Chase Lyman in the Techno Chat mentioned a mini servo or easy adjustment for the carb so you can tune the car mid-race if the tune is out, or a way to fill the car without opening a lid just by pressing down the tank with a flapper valve in the air mattress. Look, I'm not an engineer, but certainly there are people in our hobby that can do something better, improving the drive line and shock, better than improving the drive line and shock geometry. Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So out of all what he just said, the two things that stuck out to me was the carb adjustment thing. So I will say this. On RC boats, like nitro boats, they do have that where you can adjust they used to. I don't know if they still do. I've seen boats that have adjustable trim tabs where you can adjust the trim tabs with your servos. and also the carb needle settings. The problem with that is where does that go on an 8-scale buggy, right? And how are you going to do that while you're constantly... Now, boats are going on in a circle. You know what I mean? It's a little easier. Whereas a car, you're going to jump and do this. Like, I don't know how you would be able to do that, but not disputing that. But I think the best idea is the actual press down. I think that would be easy to do, where you stop flipping up the lid and you just and press down like that. I think that would be very easy to do.
Yeah, I've been looking into that for a while already, but it's just the tank is quite of an expensive part to test on, because you can't make a 3D printed one for testing. You have to make a mold, and it has to be a material that can withstand heat and the corrosion of the fuel. So it's quite an expensive one to test. So, and you can't really fit a thing like that to a normal tank like that easily. So
what about the other stuff, like the shocks and all that stuff? Can I just say something again? I think it comes down to cost.
Yeah,
reward.
that's pretty much the main thing. So cost and like benefit to like time of development, basically. So the tank thing probably is the most feasible of all this, because it really doesn't take that much. It takes one mold to try it, to make sure that it works. And if you're smart, you can make it so that you can make a normal tank, and then you can attach this thing to. Okay, so it's just that someone would want to try it. It's pretty easy to make one of those valves where you just a dry coupling valve. I don't know what you call it, but basically you just press the gun in and fuel, and that's probably gonna be happening at some point soon. At least I will try to make one. I
think that's going to happen way before a lot of these things happen.
Yeah. Then I think the next most likely is the shocks. The issue with that is we are working with so little. Like the tolerances are like insanely small. Like if you want to do what they do in full scale shocks and mountain bike shocks, like the tolerances are like insanely small. Like, and you can pay like thousands for a mountain bike fork, you know, and those are easier to manufacture than our shocks. On top of this, the issue is that like surface tension and forces like this, they don't scale. Okay, so for example, if you use flapo valves, the surface tension on a small valve, a small, like very small flapper versus a big one is basically the same. And the surface tension is like, it doesn't scale the same way as like weight and acceleration and stuff like that scales. So that's an issue with shocks, particularly, and with flapper valves and so on. Shim stacks especially, because of like having that. So we have to have some adjustments to that to make it work. Then, like, how do you dyno it? Like, what do you want? And the fact that if you're tuning it with shim stacks, like how do you know where you start with? Like, you have some idea you want to achieve, but then you get it to work on our cars. It's gonna take a lot of time in development, and then when you have one that you know works, it's gonna cost at least like even the eliminator shocks. I don't know what it was. The Wally,
the ones Wally was testing. Go on, because they're too expensive.
Yeah,
$700. Nobody's gonna pay that.
Yeah, those were like, I think it was like $350 a pair. So that's gonna be probably like if you design a shock that just a shock that has like proper shim stack and stuff like that, and maybe a simple, stiffness tune, slow speed, high speed tune, it's gonna cost you at least that much, and you have no guarantee that it's gonna be, when you have 100 of them produced, that they all gonna actually work like the one you had as a prototype, because all of our stuff is made in China. or Taiwan, and especially the stuff from China isn't always the best, you know. And the tolerances on this are ridiculously small, you know. Like, for example, you can feel a difference between a piston that has 15.9 and 15.85 millimeters. So 0.1 millimeter difference in piston diameter you can feel. Even on the table, but especially on track, you can feel the difference. So imagine having like shim stacks, some valves that are millimeter thick. Like 0.1 is 10%. So you're going to be talking about thousands of a millimeter here of tolerances. And like just with the current amount of money we spend on stuff in RC, it's just not possible. So basically, it will be possible to be done in some form, but it will be always a little bit simplified. Okay, so I think shock design will take steps forwards. Like there's already those inside the shock springs. There's different kind of bladder designs. The honeycomb bladder, that's one that's come up. Angled hole pistons, yeah, these have been around for a long time, but you take all of these, combine it, that's already a development from before, and then maybe someone comes up with a shim stack and high speed, low speed setting, you know, and then that's a huge step forwards again. So it's just like, if you want to do it all the way, it's like at some point you realize it's just way too expensive.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's just too expensive for the amount that is being sold, right? Look at the shocks that Wally tested. He hasn't tested them anymore. I haven't heard anything about them. I'll use the mag brake.
I think he was selling them.
Okay. Look at that mag brake stuff. Now, that I think will be cool. I actually got to see them work. I talked to Wally about him using them. He drove the guy's car and said they work great. But
has anyone raced with them? Like, has anyone at DSD or PNG?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the next step. Like having some guy like Wally, who isn't like a pro, but he's like a guy who people know. Like actually, because that's the mag brake. I think that's like one of the most feasible things. Like that's one of the most, because there is really no point in having mechanical brakes if you can have electrical ones. And from what I talked with him, the manufacturer of the brake system, like he said, it saves weight. It saves quite a bit of weight actually. It saves battery. You can run smaller batteries. So I think that would be quite a logical step to take. One issue is there's only one manufacturer of them. So if brands started to switch to this design, then like they would have to make their own one because they have to make their own money. You can't really, and it's still an expensive one that you do.
My buddy has prepaid for them, and he keeps talking about them. Yeah. So I'll be eager to see how it happens. But I will use, for example, even the N1, probably the most radical design we've had in a long time, and it's not out there fucking selling like hotcakes. By the way, I just saw that Vision Racing Products just released a whole kit for it too. I was actually talking to the gentleman, Mike. He has the VRP pistons, and he made all these different aluminum things for different better geometry and stuff on the N1. And I think that's one of the reasons why we don't see Tyler Jones running the N1 no more, because this guy wanted him to run it, and them guys didn't want him to run that stuff. So
yeah,
that he took basically what he's saying. He took it and made his adjustments, make it better, gives it better droop, gives it better, whatnot. But at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to: cost versus reward. And when you're dealing with an industry, like you said, with tolerances that aren't perfect in such small areas, I think once we see better material, better machining, of course, we can see things like that. But that all comes with money. And we're not talking, like we always say, we are not talking about millions of units being moved. We are talking about thousands, a couple of thousands. We would have seen people like the shocks taken off because they're just too expensive. People don't want to pay $5 to live RC to see their races. They're not going to pay $700 for shocks. They're going to want a deal. So that's the big thing with that, I think. All right. But I do think the fuel thing can work. I think that's something simple we can see happen. And yeah. Gary Hobson wants to know, how do you fix 10 scale touring cars? You know what? I'm gonna have Alexander HagBerg on here to talk about it. He has a good idea about that. He actually says that we should have limited motors or modified. I think that's his thing. I could be wrong. Like you can't go lower than
motors.
You can't go lower than a certain. Although they have that already.
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rick
What was
McCreary.
the previous one? Okay, yeah. Well, I wanna still touch on the previous question, but I think a lot of those things are gonna happen, and I personally want like at least the shocks and the tank. Like those are things that I have already been like modeling in CAD, trying to bounce off ideas. What could we do in the future? So it's not like nobody's thinking about it or nobody's doing it. It's just like it's not it's a business after all these RC companies. So
I would agree there. I would agree there.
Can we actually take a little tangent on this VRP N1 kit, because I just googled it when you said it. So let me share my screen.
Okay. You can let me share it. Well, because you might run out of battery.
Okay, can you see it? Over here?
There we go.
So basically what the VRP kit is, it's that you can use the stock shocks. Instead of using the super short shocks that they have, you can use the standard length shocks. So basically what they've done is they've lengthened these arms for the shocks. What this does is basically when you have a suspension arm, when you raise this, if you angle the shock and keep the length the same, the geometry will stay the same. So basically, if I'm understanding this correctly, what he has done is he has looked at either he has looked at the stock Agama or then other brand cars in the market, looked at the shock geometry and what he wants, and then just rotated around a bit where the progression of the shock is exactly the same as if they were stood up, but now they're laid down. Okay, so basically this works exactly the same as the standard shock that he's taken the model of, except that it's laid down. And this is done by having the extension from the suspension arm and just angling the shock with it. So if you basically angle the shock back to the point where it's attached on the arm, it would attach it on a regular shock tower. And the main issue...
So can I just so I know that in layman's terms, it's like standing the shock up or laying it on? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, so basically the way they're doing it here is so basically, this is a very poor quality photo, but basically if you attach the shock to the arm where the extension is attached, the angle of the shock relative to the arm would be quite standard. But what they've done is they've extended from the arm, and then with that around the pin of the arm, they've rotated the shock as much as the extension is around the pin of the arm. So basically the shock looks like it's all laid down, but it's very standard position. Okay, it sounds weird. It's easier to when it's visualized properly, but basically my estimate is he took either HP or then he took the standard Agama and just measured it and then matched it to the extension arm. And the issue why the stock N1 most likely is having some issues is because they've radically decreased the length of the shock. So basically, you can think of this as attaching the shock to the very, very inside of the arm, and then adjusting a spring or piston to make it as stiff. Okay, so you can go ahead and try this on your own car. Like, put the shock as inside as you can, like, and then try to press it on the bench. It's like, it's so, like, the movement of the shock is so slow that if you want it stiff, you have to run a very odd piston. And because our pistons don't have low speed or high speed, it's like you're making a huge compromise. You can't match the speed with the piston that the tire is moving relative to the position on the arm. And this fucks up everything. You can't have the same frequency of the suspension that you want to have with the tools that you have available. So what VRP has done is they've been like, okay, fuck it. We ain't changing the frequency. We'll just change the angle of we'll just extend it from the arm and angle it down to get the center of gravity low. And that's it. The geometry stays the same. They can use same pistons, same springs, everything.
Okay. I get it. I get it now. You geeked out on that. You found that pretty quick too. All right. We're gonna take a couple more questions, and I think that's it. So Rick McCreary brings up two questions. He says, also, did Charlie Jones' motor mount really break on the Sparko, or did anyone see it, or did he just not like the Sparko car? I went up and asked him. He showed it to me. It was broken. I saw he's testing with it already. It didn't make a difference. He was a non-factor in the AMain. He made the AMain, but he was in third for a position for a hot minute, and then he fell back. He is getting ready for the Georgia Peach State Classic, so hopefully we got a good look at the Sparko right there. He also goes on to ask, I know you're going to like this question. I actually have an answer for it. It's pretty simple. Where is it? In your opinion, why is it Ogden struggles in the mains, and what can he do to improve? I have one simple answer. I
don't want to answer this because I will get people probably mad or like,
here's what Ogden has to do. He has to stop partying.
Yeah.
That's it. It's not wrong with partying, but he has to chill out, stop partying, calm down a bit, and focus on the mains. You can't party all night. I know James Hunt did it. That's why I called him the James Hunt, because he parties all night. Like James Hunt was, when you look at that Nicky Lauda versus James Hunt was the complete opposite of Nicky Lauda. Like, let's say, and that's called Ogden. Party, animal, likes to have the drinks, likes to go out, all that stuff. But to be fair, I don't think you can do that and focus the next day. Like, I don't know anybody that can work and be hungover or whatever. See, nothing wrong with partying. It is nothing wrong with partying, but there's a time and a place. I think if he partied less, he would do better on mains day. Otherwise than that, I don't know what else. Because we say it all the time. He is super talented, very fast, but always seems to come up short in the mains. But I think partying less, I'd honestly think so, would be his big thing.
Yeah.
It
would help quite
a bit. Pretty simple. And we'll take one more question before we go. I have it here. 1 second, everybody. I apologize, because these are from a while back. So yeah, I think that's it, actually. I think that is it. Okay, Hunter King, because he was a big a lot of people talk about him after Wicked Weekend. Hunter King wants to know, what are both of your opinions on drivers racing a lower class than they should? Not mentioning myself or anyone else. I've heard both sides and what they think. So I'm curious to hear what unbiased minds have to say. So Hunter King was really fast at Wicked Weekend. He's a really good e-buggy, e-truggy driver. He needs to run some nitro. He got people a little pissed off because he's really fast in intermediate, and he was really fast in e-truggy. But I will say this. I'm going to say this. E-truggy, they just had really the main contenders were Lutz and Caden Fuller. There was no Seth Van Dalen's. There was, it wasn't like a fully loaded e-truggy class like I've seen before at other races. So it's hard to use that. As for people like Hunter King who are fast, I've only seen him race once, so I can't really judge him on that. Do I think he would have made the e-buggy main at Wicked Weekend in the pro class? He was fast, but he might have been at the top of the B near there. But I don't know if he would have made the AMain.
Yeah.
That's the hard question with these guys, right? Where does a guy like Hunter King belong? Well, if being a pro driver is what he wants to be, then he needs to get into the pro class and start running with that. Now, I'm not sure how many big races he's done and all that type of stuff. I'm not quite sure of that. But I think he knows if that's what he wants to do, he wants to be a pro driver, then he should go up to the pro class and try to be that. I also forgot to touch on something on our last rant about this. Not all races are equal. So, whereas I would say, and this is no disrespect, I would say that a DNC intermediate main is like the intermediate mains are very stacked. But I would say, I don't know now, but used to be, I would say back when you won intermediate, it was really super high compared. Like the DNC class was a completely different class, intermediate class than any other race in America. I would say now that some of these bigger races that Dave has, the PMBs, the Wicked Weekend had a decent class. I would say PMBs and SIC have a very stacked intermediate class, but I would still say that running intermediate at a DNC or a Silver State is a little bit different.
Yeah, it's like very like West Coast intermediate is
different tracks too.
So much higher level. Yeah, but West Coast intermediate is like so much higher level than East Coast intermediate. Like
I don't know if it's that much high now. It used to be, but it's also I would say
before. Yeah,
that's what I was trying to say. Back when you won it, there was a big difference. But
yeah,
I would
like
say
all of the guys. I think the whole top 5 from the year I was there is now racing pro,
right?
And most of them are making mains. Pavidis, Lime. Then there was someone else.
It's not as high as that used to be, I would say.
Yeah. I can't remember the names, but there was at least a few kids who are consistently making pro mains and JBRL pro mains.
I would like to see Hunter King go to DNC and see where he stacks up in the intermediate class there.
Yeah. So I was just looking at the results. Hunter King would have gotten 13th in pro for round 1 in e-buggy, and he would have got a I'm guessing 17. Yeah, a 17 for round 3, which would have put him in top of the B. He would have been 20th after qualifying in pro. 20th out of 28 in pro.
Yeah, and that was
I to me like, and even if you look at the results, the next guy he ran, I mean they aren't that far off him. The other guy did a 33 best run. Hunter's best run was a 29. There was a 34 and 36 from the 3rd place and 4th place finisher, their best runs. So most of these guys wouldn't have been last in pro. Okay? Hunter would have been 20th out of 28. So in my opinion, like if you look at purely that, there's no reason why Hunter couldn't have raced intermediate. I think it's fine. To me, it goes like this. If you win intermediate at PMB, you don't race intermediate at PMB anymore. If you win intermediate at DNC, you don't race intermediate anymore at DNC. Okay? if you win everything in the East Coast in intermediate, you don't go to the West Coast and race intermediate. But if you win one time in East Coast, if you win weekend intermediate, you can go to DNC and race intermediate, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But I think it comes down to, and if you raced intermediate and won every other race for the past 2 years, it's probably a good time to step up to pro. That's my opinion of it. But the thing is that with the current rules, there really isn't anything to take that away.
Mm-hmm.
Like if Hunter runs TLR and doesn't get sponsorship, he could just run intermediate, get his paychecks from Horizon
for RPP.
RPP. Like I told you this at the beginning of the year, but if there's a driver who's pro level but wants to buy cars and race for fun, they could race intermediate, race Spectrum, TLR, and AK or Proline. And if they manage to win every intermediate class, they can essentially get a free trip.
Pretty much.
I mean, it's a risk because if you don't manage to win, then yeah, but they can get a free trip pretty much.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that's enough questions for us. There was a lot of questions about sportsmen and all that type of stuff. We'll leave that for, that's already.
I gave my rant last week. So.
That's right. You pissed off everybody last week. Not really. You didn't piss off as many people.
They hated Jesus because Jesus told the truth.
Oh,
God. That's me. It's me right now.
Oh, Lord, have mercy on my soul. Oh, my gosh. Anyway, we are this guy. You're something else. You know what? Thank you, everybody, for the questions. We greatly appreciate them. We're going to go on to our main interview with Kendall Bennett. I hope you guys do enjoy this. It was a great chat. We'll be back. We're going to have a hot race little chat. And maybe we'll do a quick Euros coming up Euros thing. All right? We'll do that. Thank you to Techno RC for all their continued support.
Techno RC. Techno RC is a championship-winning manufacturer of high-performance A-scale, 10-scale, nitro, and electric RC buggies and trucks. With a worldwide dealer network, USA and Europe-based headquarters, comprehensive warranty program, and global race support, Techno RC is excellence in RC. View the full lineup of Techno RC race-proven vehicles by visiting www.technorc.com.
What's going on, everybody? I am here with many may not know who he is. I've known this gentleman for like 20 years now, I would say.
Probably.
Yes. But if you don't know who he is Kendall Bennett, the owner of the world's largest hobby shop or online hobby shop, world's largest hobby shop, period, AMain Hobbies. Hello, Kendall. It's good to see you again. It's been a while. It was good to reconnect with you at the Nationals. I know we've been talking about doing this for a while. I appreciate you coming on. I know you're moving, so I appreciate you taking some time out of your busy schedule to come on and talk a little bit about yourself, AMain Hobbies, and what's going on. So thank you. Welcome to the NNRC podcast.
Yeah, welcome. Nice to see you again, and it's going to be fun.
Yes, it was great to see you and all of hang out with kind of. So for people that don't know, when we was doing the Nationals, I was kind of in you guys' private pit area, and I was just listening to all the guys in there. They were geeking right out on RC. They were I don't know who they all were, but I know they all worked for AMain, and they were just like, these guys are really into RC. Like they were talking about the pro guys. They're talking about different cars they want to try and all this type of stuff. And while I was commentating, I was just listening to them in between. And I was like, these guys really are enjoying themselves. So thank you very much for coming on. But yeah, so this is the owner of AMain Hobbies. I think I knew you before you started AMain Hobbies.
I think so.
I didn't meet you.
Yeah.
But we
were racing we were definitely racing at the track around before I started it. I know that.
Well, I never got out to race with you. So everybody gets me confused with my buddy Kimon because the names are similar.
Yeah.
And he met you at Boggy Creek, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes, that's him. So everybody gets confused. I met you 2005 at Silver State.
Mm-hmm.
But we had, I think through through like Starting Grid and all that
Probably
type of stuff.
Grid.
We had connected. I still have a triple XNT that I bought from you 20 plus years ago off eBay. I think you're selling stuff off eBay, and I remember this car because it had positive rear wheel camber, and I remember you saying, "Yes." So instead of the wheels going in like this, they were going out. This is back when gas truck was still very popular, like 1999, I would say it was. And I remember you explained that you had saw Tebow running his, I believe it was Tebow, running the positive camber, and I can't remember the exact reason why you did that, but I always thought it was odd.
I don't remember it either. I think it might have been something to do with like a super light, loose track setup. Because the track that I used to race that car on up in Paradise was usually pretty loose.
I still have it. It's in pieces, but I still have it. It's my wife has stashed it off somewhere. I have to go find it. But all right. So I guess we'll start off. I guess if people can't tell, they're probably trying to place your accent. You are from Australia. What part of Australia are you from?
I'm actually from Melbourne. I grew up in Melbourne. I moved out here in December 1995, so I've been here quite a while. The accent is a bit thicker when I go home to Australia and then come back again, but otherwise it's still there. People notice it, but usually it takes about half an hour after meeting someone. They're like, "Where are you from?" I'm like, "Australia."
So Melbourne is on the the coast closest to America, I believe.
It's on the East Coast, but it's on the south, so it's basically right at the bottom, the East Coast tip, so southeast, basically. The only thing lower than Melbourne is actually Tasmania, which is right below it on the island.
Oh, but see, what a lot of people don't realize how big Australia is too.
Oh, it's huge.
You know, I think it takes about 5 hours to go from east to west on a plane.
I think there's the largest ranch in Australia. I think is like the size of Texas or something silly.
No, I'm not surprised. I'm probably sure.
But there's not a whole lot there. I remember very distinctly that they have to actually fly choppers around to patrol it, and it takes them like days to just like fly around the perimeter to check everything. But there's not much out there. It's pretty barren out there, so I think they just graze cattle and stuff on it.
Probably that's where the thylacine is hiding. I am obsessed with the thylacine. But yes, I have gotten to know the Australian RC scene pretty good over the last couple of years. I have a couple of friends there. Zach Ryan, but he lives on the East Coast up in the north, I guess. And then I know the Dexters, they're from over on the West Coast, and then a few other people in between or wherever. So I have been very familiar with the Australian race scene. But I guess my first question for you was you racing RC in Australia before you came to America?
There wasn't much of a race scene. I actually did get my very first RC car in like 1985. It was a Mugen Bulldog. And I drove it in the street, and a buddy of mine actually went out and found like a local track at my local park. They had like a little track out there. It was super loose and the tires didn't work. So it was just like doing donuts everywhere. So I tried to find a few places to race with that thing, but we kind of drew a blank. I don't think there was a whole lot of organized racing going back then. So we just mostly bashed them around in the street, driving with a stick radio. And then I actually got into radio control planes because I kind of like petered out. And so I did a lot of radio control planes for a long time.
Okay. So how old were you when you got into the planes, and how long did that last for?
I got my first RC plane when I was 10, I think. It was my 10th birthday. I got a photo of me sitting next to it still.
Was you like into the 3D stuff and all that?
I wish I was that good, but no, I just mostly crashed them a lot and built new ones.
Right, because I think I met Frank. Is your is the helicopter guy or airplane guy?
Yeah, he's our helicopter team pilot. Yeah.
Right.
Well, he's actually our team manager. So Jason Bell's one of our pilots. He works for us, and Frank basically manages the team. But Frank's mad at me because I managed to drag him along to an RC car race in January, and now he's completely hooked. He's got like 6 RC cars.
I know. I met him on my stop at I visited the East Coast facility, I think, after Psycho Nitro Blast, and he had just gotten into it, right? And then he had some electric cars, and I was like, dude, you got to get a nitro car. So when I saw him at the Nitro Nats, he's like geeked right out on RC.
Oh yeah.
RC.
Well, he likes to race full size cars too, and he's really good. So I knew when he started doing the RC car thing, I'm like, dude, you're going to be really good really quickly because you actually understand the fundamentals of how to drive a car. It's a little different as a rate control car, but he kind of knows the same thing. So he's just helicopter setup stuff is like, he's a really good helicopter pilot, all of the 3D stuff. So he just geeks out on all the different things, you know, like this and that and changing this and that. So he's getting pretty good at setup stuff too.
That 3D helicopter stuff is absolutely amazing.
I wish I could do it.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Well, I know we're talking about aviation and stuff, but I'm hoping to make it to Joe Knowles next year down there in South Carolina. I did stop one time, like as they were setting up, because a buddy of mine, he used to be a national level pilot. So it's like, hey, Lefty, let's stop down here back. This is 2019. Let's stop down here. I want to show you this event that they had just started getting people in, like the vendors will come in, and it is huge. I hope to go to it next year. I want to experience something different from RC racing. So aviation still, I mean, probably not as big as it, I don't know. Maybe people would say it isn't as big as it used to be, but I think now with people able to get these ready to flies and whatnot, it's become a lot more accessible and easy for people.
It's become accessible and easy, but all the FAA regulations, when drones took off, they kind of changed the rules a lot. So we're finally, the flying field here in Charlotte, I haven't actually been out there for probably a good year now. We finally got the certification from the FAA that we can fly at our airfield without having to have all the stupid drone IDs and stuff on the plane. So now we can just go back to doing what we used to do, is like build a plane, go fly. As long as they're flying in that field, we don't have to have remote IDs and all that sort of stuff on the plane. So that's actually kind of nice.
I think I might have visited that airfield. Does it have a smaller RC track there as well?
Yes, it does. It's it's a really good airfield.
Yeah, it is nice.
Airfield. Yeah.
I know. So the best airfield I've been to is actually in Santiago, Chile. It's called Cash. It's probably the best RC facility I've ever been to. It's huge. It has a go-kart track. It has probably the biggest on-road track I've ever seen. It has a big 10 scale track, big 8 scale track, and then it has multiple. It has one big runway. Man, we was there in December, and guys were just rolling out $20,000 jets. Like, oh, I want to fly this one. I want to fly this one. It was huge. All right. So besides RC, what was life like growing up in Australia? Any other hobbies? One of my favorite BMX movies is actually Australian BMX Bandits. If you guys haven't checked that out, Nicole Kidman when she was like a teenager. Great movie. What was it like growing up in Australia? Any other hobbies that you still carry on to this day?
I was really into bike riding. I rode my bike everywhere, so did a lot of that stuff. This was back in the early 80s, so we used to take our road bikes on the off-road tracks. We'd like bomb them down the hills and stuff like that. And it was kind of like before mountain bikes. So we were riding around on these little 19 millimeter skinny tires on the dirt. And I thrashed that thing like crazy. And one day we used to do these big jumps. There was this big ball. We just go bombing down this ball and just come flying out the other side. And I didn't realize it, but I basically broken my front forks. And as I went down that thing, I just got some massive air and my front wheel just flew off. So we crashed that. So we did a lot of that, a lot of bikes, stuff like that. I was really into RC, but I was also into computers too. So I got my first computer when I was like 10 as well. So
that's where this all starts, right? Because I believe that's your background. That's where you. So was you? I guess you're a programmer. Explain a little bit about that, because that's how AMain started. But you got into that type of. That's your skill, right? Your home skill.
Yeah, I got into computers when we got our first PC. I think it was like a System 80. It's like a TRS-80 clone in Australia from Dick Smith. We got one of those, and I was doing some programming on that thing. And then we actually ended up, I think we got an Apple IIc next or something like that, this little thing. When I was writing code on that, our house got robbed and somebody stole the computer. And then they left all my disks behind. So I came home one day and the whole computer's gone, but they left my disks behind. So all my programming was on there. And so my dad bought another Apple, but we got an Apple IIe at the time, slightly bigger computer, more powerful. So I got that one, and then someone robbed us again, like a year or two later, and they stole everything, including all my disks. So I lost all my software. I was like running some computer games and stuff. And after that, I was like frustrated. And so we ended up getting a Macintosh, because at that point it was starting over anyway. So I did that for a while. I did a lot of programming on the Mac, just kind of fun stuff, just graphic stuff. And then I ended up, when I was going to into high school, I knew I was going to go to college for computers. And I got a PC at that point. And then I started writing code on the PC. So I started doing my own graphics programming, writing 2D graphics stuff. And then in college, I did a lot of 3D graphics. So I actually did a master's degree, started a master's degree in 3D graphics. So I worked at the computer graphics lab in Australia. So that was my background there. I just spent a lot of time writing 3D programming. When I was at college, I did a lot of real-time 3D stuff, which was pretty unheard of back then. So I kind of figured out how to make things really fast on the PC, and that was my passion. And I actually built a software package that would allow computer games, MS-DOS computer games, to run more in high resolution and also to run faster. I figured out ways to make them run quicker. And my computer graphics lab teacher, the honors teacher, I was doing ray tracing and stuff back in the day. We had this awesome computer lab that I was working at. We had a silicon graphics machine. We had like a virtual reality headset and everything back in like 1991. So we had like the glove and everything. You could do roller coaster rides and feel like you're going to puke. So I did a lot of that. And my instructor said, I was planning on taking a trip to the US. My dad had some air miles. He said, hey, do you want to use my miles and fly to the US? I'm like, yeah, that'd be great. So I took a vacation over here, and I spent 4 months driving a car all over the US. And my honors advisor, actually, because he knew all the computer graphics labs over here, he organized for me to go visit everybody. So I went and visited MIT. I went and visited Brown University, Ohio State. I went to the Urbana-Champaign. I went to the one in Greenville, like Research Triangle. I went to Berkeley. So I went and visited all these computer graphics places. And because I was doing this computer software, I ended up finding a company. It was actually a standards organization down in San Jose that was basically, they designed and developed a standard that I was implementing. And so I basically built this software that would make everything compatible, and it would work with any different graphics card. Whereas it was supposed to be that graphics card manufacturers would do this, and they'd never get it right. It was terrible. So the software just would never run. The games would crash and stuff like that. And so I fixed it, and I released it as shareware before I left. And so I visited those guys in San Jose, and the guy that was running that place eventually became my business partner. And then when I got home from Australia, to Australia from that trip after like 4 months, had no money. I'd spent my last cent. I was actually up in Canada. I almost got married up in Canada. And I was up there and I looked at my bank account. I had $20 left, and I had to get all the way back down to San Francisco. So I had to call my dad, and he sent me $800 so I could get the money to drive my car back down to San Francisco. Actually, I was staying in Woodside in the Bay Area. And then I sold my car, and then I had money so I could actually basically pay it off that debt. And then I came home. So when I got back, there was a computer game company called Viacom New Media. They did the computer game called The Seventh Guest back in the day. And they'd said, hey, we love your software. We want to include it with our computer games. And I was like, okay. He said, how much is it? And I said, $500 a year. And he's like, great. Well, that sounds amazing. We'll pay you in advance for 3 years because it was so cheap. So I was like, cool. So I had $1,500. I spent that on a laser printer. I bought some like accounting software, and I set up my computer company, my first computer company in Australia. And then that's when I joined up with my business partner in the US in San Jose. And within like 6 months, we were now selling that same software for like $40,000 a pop to all the game companies to put in their computer games. So we kind of grew pretty quickly at that point. But I was waking up at 4:00 in the morning every day to like do conference calls because all the customers were in the US, all the game companies were in the US. So at that point, my business partner said, hey, you want to move to the States? And I was like, sure. And he wanted to get out of the Bay Area to Chico, California, because he graduated from Chico State. So they moved the office, and then that's how I ended up in Chico, of all places.
I know so Chico's a unique place. Our first time I went up there.
It's very unique. Yeah, it's a lot of good things about Chico, and it's not so good things about Chico because it's a bit isolated. So I ended up there in December '95. And
how old were you at this time?
I was 20. Well, December '95 would have been 25. Just turned 25.
Okay. You know Chris Sarkis from Sarkis RC, right?
Yeah.
He has a pretty. He was like a world champion Warcraft player.
Really?
Yes. He actually used to manage the European team for Warcraft and helped them a lot to design that game. And he used to he was telling me like the money involved in it and how he used to try to. He was telling me that we was driving from, because we spent a lot of time together with RCGP last year. And he was just telling me like how he's been to Korea to play. He came over to spend some time, and I think when they released different games to California and whatnot. So always cool to see. I always find that a lot of the RC people have really, that I know that race have really cool real jobs or really had really cool jobs previously. But you and him probably would have some great conversations because that's what he used to do. And for quite a long time, he was telling me, and I would never have thought that.
Yeah. I used to be good at the computer games myself, but I'm not so flash anymore. I think my daughter would beat me pretty quickly.
My son is, we're trying to figure out Epic and Steam right now because he lost his passwords. We're trying to figure that all out so he can keep on playing GTA. All right, so you move up to America 1995-ish. You moved to Chico. Yeah. So what happens after that?
Well, basically, the first thing I did is I needed a hobby when I came over here. So I went to the local hobby shop, which was actually a HobbyTown. I just assumed it had always been there, but it actually started like the year before I got there, which is funny. So I went to the local HobbyTown. I'm like, hey, I want to get something, and I bought myself an RC car. I got an RC10 GT. I didn't know anything about. I figured I know nitro because I've been flying nitro planes back in Australia, so I thought I knew something about it. But if you know anything about nitro planes, they don't have air filters, so they just fly around without an air filter. And there was an air filter in the box, and I put it on, and I took it up to a fun fly that we had up in Lake Elmonor. And I was just driving around the dirt, and the air filter fell off. And I'm like, oh shit, I lost the air filter. Oh well, whatever. And I just kept driving it around. I destroyed it. And I was like, this is stupid. I couldn't figure out how to get it tuned. So I was like, this is dumb. So I sold it thinking nitro cars are just the silliest thing ever. And I just gave up on the whole RC car thing. That was like 96 when I did that. And then finally, like 3 or 4 years later, I was bored with the airplanes. And I'm like, I'm going to get another car. But this time I'm going to get electric because this nitro stuff is stupid. Nobody can figure out how to tune these things. They're impossible to tune. I didn't realize that I destroyed my motor. That's why I couldn't tune it. It would just run for like 5 seconds and stop. So I went back to the HobbyTown and I bought an RC10 T3 electric truck. And so I took it to work and I was like doing wheelies around the office on the carpet. And one of my employees is like, hey, you got yourself an RC car? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, did you know that there's a track up in Paradise where you can race these things? I'm like, what do you mean a track? It's like a BMX. It's like kind of like a BMX track with jumps and you can take the cars and jump them. I'm like, say what? We can like take this on a track. So that weekend, I'm like, I took off up to Paradise and found the track over there and then started racing. And then the next thing I know, I've got like an 8-scale car. I was one of the first guys there to actually get a nitro 8-scale. I quickly figured out that nitro was actually really fun once you knew what you were doing because the guys at the track were like, this is how you do it correctly. And what
was your first 8-scale car?
It was actually an Offner. I think it was an Offner LXE or something. It had
those were horrible.
It was a horrible car. It was just terrible. The engine lasted like 3 days and it was just shot. But then I got a better engine for it. And then after that, I was actually running the hot bodies because they were quite cheap back in the day. They came with pretty crappy engines too. But then I think I had an OS RG in the engine in the car back then. So I was doing the 8-scale stuff. And then pretty quickly, I needed some way to figure out how to pay for my RC addiction because the software company was doing okay, but it wasn't that great. And I was at the Nationals in probably 2003, I think. Sounds about right. I was in Oklahoma City. So I went to the Nationals in Oklahoma City to race nitro. And my buddy, Nick Angelidis, was sitting next to me. He's like, you gotta start selling cars on eBay. You can like part out kits. You just buy a kit and then bust it into parts and then sell it on eBay. And there was only like 3 other people doing it at the time, including Nick. He's like, dude, you can make some serious cash. I'm like, that sounds cool. So as soon as I got home, I think I went to, was it Ultimate RC or something down in the Bay Area? No, down in SoCal, Ultimate Hobbies. And so I was like, I ordered like 6 Kyosho Kanai 2 kits because that was what I was running at the time. And I would take all the bits I needed. So I'd take all the arms, spare arms, and things like that I needed, and I'd box up everything else and then sell it all on eBay, and it would pay for my kit plus some. And so back in those days, you used to be able to take a kit and pretty much double your money. By the kit was $600 a pop, and you would make $1,200 selling it on eBay. Plus, I was getting all my parts for free because everything I needed I would take out of the box before I sold it. So that kind of took off. I had an eBay store, and it was doing quite well. But then within 6 months, there was like 1,000 other people potting out kits on eBay, and you couldn't make any money anymore. I would get left over with all those like bearings, and nobody wanted the LSD gears and those Kyosho kits at the time because they were pretty useless on US tracks. And so I was like, this is silly. I was basically doing all this work, and I'd maybe make $100 selling the kit on eBay. But I had this whole system. My wife was, we'd take all the photographs and stuff like that. So at that point in time, I had gotten rid of my business partner. We had a bad falling out, so I ditched him. And I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do because the software company was kind of petering out because by this time, like 2003, MS-DOS had pretty much gone away and all the gaming stuff was happening on Windows. So there wasn't any market for my software anymore. We were trying to do embedded system stuff, set tops, boxes, and things like that, kind of way ahead of our time. Just couldn't get any traction. I had a big contract with IBM. That's what kind of saved my company in the late 90s, early 2000s. We were running the software. All of the ATM machines back in the day were actually running OS2, especially over in Europe. The teller machines at the corner and also the ones in the banks were running OS2, and they needed a solid platform to make sure that the computers would run correctly. And so they licensed our software. That kept us going for a long time, but that was winding down. I'm like, I got to do something different. So I came up with this concept that I was going to build an e-commerce platform to compete with the Yahoo stores. And so I'm like, I should just sell RC stuff. Like we should sell RC stuff online. So I started putting it all together. I put the website package together. There was an open source package back then that we've completely eliminated since then. And so I put the website together and we launched it probably early 2004. I think it was May 2004 we actually went online. But 2 weeks before, my original company was actually called rcnation.com, which is pretty funny because Horizon took that domain from me. I should have kept it. And if I'd known they were going to buy it, I would have stolen it back. But anyway, I had rcnation.com, and some other jackass registered rcnation.net and put up an e-commerce website 2 weeks before I launched mine. And so when I launched my website, I was getting all these nastygrams from customers saying, hey, you guys never ship my product and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what the heck? I don't have an order from you. And then I found out, oh my God, there's this other dude doing rcnation.net. So I was like, well, this is not going to work. So let me think of another name. So my wife and I sat down at night and we brainstormed and we were like what's like number one? But like AMain, right? I was like, yeah, AMain Hobbies. I'm like, cool. So we came up with the name AMain Hobbies and launched it. And there was a guy that used to paint my bodies. I forget what I think it was Bods back in the day. I forget what the guy's name was.
Ziegers? Was it Ziegers?
No, it wasn't Ziegler. It was Bods.
Right. Well, no, because back in the day it was Ziegers who was like the main guy. It was a 4 month wait. I don't Bods. That it's very familiar, but I don't remember who it was.
But anyway, so he was doing my bodies and he designed me a logo, the old classic AMain Hobbies logo with the flames and stuff on it. And so that we launched our website, and it just kind of took off at that point. In large part because at that point in time, nobody had real time inventory, and so for me personally, I was like scratching my own itch because I was like trying to get ready for a race on the weekend, and on Monday I'd be online and I'm trying to figure out where I could buy the parts. I had to buy it from like 5 different places. And then Thursday rolls around and then they call me and say, yeah, we didn't actually have that. I'm sorry. I'm like, wait, what? I got a race coming up on Saturday. I need these parts. And so that was one of the very first few things that we did is I made our system have real live inventory. And so as soon as you sold the last one, it would go to back order on the website. And people didn't understand it. I actually had people calling me in a panic. They'd like buy an OS engine or something on my website. And they call me up in a panic saying, hey, I just bought this engine and now it says it's out of stock. I'm like, yeah, you bought the last one. Oh. And so that was big for me, knowing that I was going to get the product, because it used to drive me bonkers when they would do that. And then trying to bring in as much product as possible so people wouldn't have to like shop from 5 different places. So that's kind of where we started, and it just kind of grew from there.
So when you started AMain, was you doing this out of your garage at home?
Yeah, I was in the garage. We had initially, when I started the eBay thing, we didn't have a whole lot of space for that. But then in my garage, it was actually my RC workshop. So I'd like put an air conditioner and stuff in it. So it was full of all my RC stuff. So we put in 8 Gorilla shelves and started filling it up with bins. So we had this like, those big plastic bins you get at Lowe's or Home Depot or something. And we got like plastic bags, and we'd like filter through all the plastic bags to find the parts. So my wife and I started that. I was doing all the editing and stuff like that on the copy, launching all the products. And then she was filling all the orders. She'd be like running around filling orders at midnight because she really enjoyed doing it. And we would have people come and buy, like the local guys that I was racing with were like, hey, they wanted to buy their stuff too. So they would show up at the house and then come in the house, and then like they'd leave 10 minutes later with little plastic bags. So we always used to think that the neighbors probably thought we were selling drugs or something, because all the people were showing up and then walking out with plastic bags full of stuff. But that didn't last very long, because we wanted to become get access to more product. And most of we couldn't get an account with Horizon or Tower Hobbies or anything like that, or Hobbyco back then, because we needed to have an actual proper location in a commercial building. So probably like 3, 4, 5, 6 months later, I ended up my software company had this little tiny building in downtown Chico, and then the people next to us vacated, and the landlord owned all the buildings, and he said, hey, do you need more space? And I'm like, yeah, I could use more space. So what I did is I moved the software company next door, and we had this like 1,000 square foot section next to it. So we kind of built a hobby shop. We had like retail counters and like filled up with all the inventory. So I moved everything into there, and using that, we were able to get an account opened up because we actually had a proper store. And I think like 8 months later, was basically 2/3 of the building was the software company, and 1/3 of the building was the hobby shop. And 6 months later, the software company is crammed into this little 500 square foot section at the front, and the inventory was everywhere. I got this video that Kelly has stashed away somewhere where she's going around. We've got like fuel in the server room. We got the kitchen was full of like all that fuel. So the kitchen's full of stuff. All the magazines were in the restroom. It was just crazy. And so at that point, we needed to move out. So we actually ended up moving to our first big building in Chico. It was like 9,000 square feet. We moved into that one, and we didn't have a track or anything at that point. And so there seemed like a ton of space when we first moved in, but I did a deal with the landlord. I said, listen, we're growing really rapidly. I don't think I'm going to last here very long. So what are my options? If I take this building and I get too big, what can we do? And he's like, well, I got tons of other buildings in town. We can just move you somewhere else. I'm like, okay. So we got a handshake deal on that. I think he just kind of like laughed and said, yeah, whatever. Didn't believe it. But then 12 months later, I called him up and said, dude, we're going to move. And so he ended up having another building, the one we're in now in Chico that we're moving out of. And it was like 50,000 square feet, but it was originally office. So it was like a healthcare place. And so what is currently the warehouse was actually like low T-bar ceiling and stuff like that. And I looked at it, I'm like, man, this is not going to work. So he tried to get someone else to take it. He couldn't. I was looking around at other places, and ended up, he finally realized that what I needed was warehouse. So he just went in there and demoed all the office building and turned it into warehouse, and then said, hey, come back and take another look. And I came back and said, oh, yeah, this could work. And there was this one section in there that they hadn't demoed yet. And then he comes in, he's like, yeah, we're going to take this one out as well. We just haven't done it yet because they had their own storage, all their heavy moving equipment, stuff like that for all the construction sites they had in this little building. And that thing was still there, but there was this other section they had cordoned off that had a different tenant in. He said, we haven't taken this out there. We can take it out. And I looked at it and said, dude, this is like the perfect spot for a track. So just leave it. It's got air conditioning and stuff like that. So that became the original Outback Raceway with the air-conditioned pit area. So we moved in there in October 2008. At the same time, we also launched our first hobby shop in Chico.
Is that where it is now?
No, it was actually in a different location. It was in a kind of a weird thing that was like super long and skinny. So the new location we moved it to happened probably 4 or 5 years after that. I think we moved there in like maybe 2011, something like that. It was around about the same time that we did the outdoor Silver Dollar track because we moved the store closer to that track. So we had the indoor racetrack. The track was initially carpet. It was carpet on-road is one of my favorite classes. I love running carpet off-road too. And it was really popular for like 3 seasons. And that was the very last season we had was right when the speed controls wars kind of went nuts. So that was like 2010 time period. And everybody was like trying to run. We're all running stock 17.5 brushless, right? But then people would start coming out with these like boosting speed controls, and it was like Speedo of the month. We went to the IIC in Vegas, and I was running 13.5 pan car because I was running touring car and 13.5 pan car and then 17.5 stock touring car, I think. So I had 3 classes I was running. And I was like on the straightaway, I'd come onto the straightaway, and these dudes with these Castle Black Mamba cars would come out, and I'd be like on front, and I'd just go, just like, I mean, what the heck? I thought this was stock. 13.5 super stock. And that at that particular point, that was like September, I think, when they had the IIC in Vegas. And that season, everybody just gave up. Like nobody in the local area wanted to race anymore because they just got, this is stupid. I'm going to go to the racetrack and get absolutely creamed by some dude that's got the latest, greatest speed control that I can't get. I showed up there one day to race that winter, and it was me and JT and whoever our track director was. It might have been Ruben at the time. Showed up, and that was it. Nobody showed up. I'm like, this is ridiculous. What are we going to do? And oddly enough, we actually talked about putting jumps on the carpet track, which probably would have been super fun, but nobody had really done that before. So like, yeah, nobody's going to run off-road on a carpet track, even though now it's like one of my favorite classes. So we said, let's just rip it out and throw in some dirt. So we ripped out all the carpet, and then we threw in the dirt, and then we had a dirt indoor clay track for a long time, which was really popular. People loved it. I don't think I'd ever do another dirt indoor clay track just because it's so much maintenance. It's so hard.
It's dying. It's a dying. Carpet and AstroTurf is taking over, and semi-permanent tracks. And the clay tracks, even though we just had the recent nationals on the clay track, it was a beautiful track.
The tracks are beautiful.
But it's a lot of work. It's not sustainable, and it's a lot of work to even race on them.
It's a lot of work to race on it. The racers think that they love it. Like, we love running on clay. But the track changes so much. The track conditions can change so quickly, especially at a big race. Club racing on clay is actually pretty fun because it doesn't change a whole lot. You just got to keep the moisture in the track, and it can stay relatively consistent. But when you run a big race and the track can dry out, it's like, eat tires for breakfast. It's super hard. The track conditions change. It becomes really hard traction. It becomes hard to maintain. But the worst part is everybody wants a new track layout. And then we would always find like, we need to change the track. And because they want clay just, when it dries out, it just turns into a brick wall. Like you literally take a pickaxe and it would just bounce right off the clay. So we had to bring in like heavy moving equipment to make our track changes all the time. And it would like fill the entire distribution center with like diesel smoke. It's like we had to do it on the weekend when nobody was there. So eventually we ended up creating the Silver Dollar track and then kind of moved all the racing outside.
Okay. So at this time, when you started out, obviously the software company's going now. hobby shops, AMain's taken over. How many employees did you have when you started out with these members? Who was your first employee that you hired? Do you remember?
Yeah, the first employee is actually my wife's mom. And then she fired her like 6 months later. She refused to come to work on a particular schedule. The second employee was actually Brandon Steinle, who's now one of our top lieutenants here in the company. So he's been around for a long time. So we started out with just my wife and I. When we moved to the big building that's currently in Chico, that we're moving out of now, I think we had 40 employees around at that point in time. And it kind of grew from there. So, yeah.
And I wanted to get, because I wanted to talk a little bit more, but come back to AMain, but I wanted to talk a little bit more about your racing, because you was racing quite a lot in those times, especially in Nitro. Yeah. I remember you really got into Truggy, especially with the HB Lightning.
Yeah.
You was also, it was also in a part of what I call the Attitude Era of RC, which was like Degani and Quartz and Saxton and all those guys when they were breaking antennas off each other's radios. And it was just, I think people, that's my era of RC. I used to read about it in the magazines and read about these guys. I remember this RC Pro Finals were big. It was a big East Coast versus West Coast thing. We had a whole bunch of really good East Coast guys. I would say like Bobby Moore, Travis Scramlin, all these type of guys. And then it was, of course, the West Coast guys who were all the pro guys like Quartz and Degani and all these guys. I remember watching this video because I think my buddy Mr. Roachrat and Chemo went and they got video of you running the Truggy at Boggy Creek at one of the RC Pro Finals there in Florida.
When it rained like crazy.
Yes, and then we had Starting Grid, so there was no Facebook or anything like that. So we had Starting Grid, the forum. I always mention this. If you guys didn't come up in this era of that, you would not know what we're talking about. But we didn't have Facebook, so it was Starting Grid. I think we had RC Tech, Trinity Tech Talk. This is where JQ became very infamous because he was like freaking trolling people and just on that all the time. I believe he was very active on the grid as well.
I was, yeah.
Homer Allman, he started AMain Hobbies.
AMain Hobbies.
But I remember back in the day, I think when AMain came out, I think one of the biggest competitors was, what was it called? Was it called Carolina's?
Oh, Carolina's IC popped up. Yeah, John Martin.
Yes, John Martin. And that popped up. And I remember that was the East Coast version of like what you had.
Yeah.
And I think whatever happened to, did you guys buy it or what happened with it?
We ended up buying out the last of his inventory in the domain and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what exactly put him under, but eventually it didn't work for him. So
yeah, I mean, it did for
I'm
a
still
little
friends
while.
with John today. Yeah, I've chatted with him a few times recently.
Yes, yeah. This was just a very good era of RC, especially for nitro racing. And you was part of it. Like, I remember at 2005, I met you, and I'll never forget, you had, this is when Richard Saxon had that Thunder Tiger that everybody was waiting for. It had the shocks in between the arms. It had that chat. Because at this time, you know what? The stiffer the chassis is, the better. We're thinking back in the day, right?
Bad idea.
Right? So you had that tunnel hole chassis with that whole chassis brace going on there, and guys are like, man, this car just doesn't work. Like, and I remember everybody just like, what's going on? And
that car was funny because that was my first full ride. I ended up, because I basically started AMain at that point. So I was sponsored by Mugen on a 50% team for quite some time, but it was kind of like, I already get everything at the same price because I'm a dealer now. So it's kind of like a 50% deal doesn't make any sense. And Saxon realized that we could sell a lot of their Thunder Tiger S3 cars. So he put me on the team, and we helped out with some of the design of the monster truck, and which was terrible. But that car,
monster truck that had like the 70cc engine in it.
No, that was the original Truggy, because Thunder Tiger started doing that Truggy because I was racing the Lightning Stadium at the time. And just like, I was one of the first guys to get a Lightning Stadium and take it out there and just smoked all of the fast guys. Because I used to run monster truck because I would go to the pro races and I'd be stuck in like the B main, but in monster truck, the pros weren't there yet. So I could make the A main, I could win the races, I could be on the podium. And then the fast guys started showing up. Marty Corn started showing up. Chad Bradley started showing up with Mugen conversions and shit. I'm like, oh man, this sucks. And then I went out. It was actually the Pro Series race. Was up in AMain Raceway in Oregon. And I showed up with the monster truck, the Lightning Stadium. And I think it was Drake was running the LST, Saxton was running the MGT. So everybody was there running their monster trucks. And I showed up with this Lightning Stadium, blew a CBD shaft straight away and found out the LST ones fit. And Drake actually gave me some, which I was happy about. And then went out and just spoke to everybody with this truck because it was so much better. But yeah, the truck thing was just like, it was a fun thing for us to do at the time.
Yes.
So when I got on the Thunder Tiger team, we had that channel chassis. And so we had this indoor racetrack up in Reading that didn't last very long because racing indoor nitro is kind of like, it's not fun. It was this little tiny track. You would come home with ripping headaches from the nitro fumes. And so I'd spent the entire winter like just working on my setup. And I go up to the Paradise track and this track, and I spent all this time with this channel chassis to get it to the point where I could drive the car. And we went down, I think it was in November before the end of the season. And it was down, I think it was a Pro Series final, actually, or something like that. At, what was that racetrack in down south?
Sun Valley?
Yeah, it was Sun Valley. So it was that race down at Sun Valley, and like the whole Thunder Tiger team was there. And like I think every single person except Saxton was in the C-Main. And so I show up there, and we were like, yeah, Saxton, we need some setup help for this car. And he's like, well, I'm running this flat chassis. We're like, what? We're all running this channel chassis, and he's got this flat chassis. Like, that thing doesn't work. We need to get a flat chassis. But he's the only guy that had one. So he was trying to get Thunder Tiger to figure out how to do the so we had to have Thunder Tiger make a flat chassis, and it took him like 2 years to do it. So he ended up getting Roll from, I forget what the guy's name was. He made all the custom CNC stuff back in the day. He had flat chassis made for the whole team, so we could have raced that. But I remember distinctly because I got up on the stand and I'm practicing, and Saxton comes over and he's like, dang, your cars look amazing. It's like, can I drive it? I'm like, sure. So he drives it, and he's like, holy shit, this thing doesn't steer. Because I made the car so I could actually drive it, because it would just do weird stuff. Like with that channel chassis, you'd be driving down and the car would just flip over for no reason. You're like, what the heck? So I got it to the point where I could actually drive the car, but it was so slow. Like I couldn't get it to turn. It wouldn't steer. Saxton and Degani would just like, just dive under me on a corner and just leave me in the dust. So yeah, that car was it was fun, but
that was it was probably the biggest blooper of 8 scale because everybody was waiting for that car. I remember,
and then they bloopered on the truck because Saxton and I had all these plans to build this truck. So Saxton gave me this. He told me this is the plan. We're going to get Thunder Tiger is going to send us prototype trucks, and we're going to have 3 different lengths of arms. We're going to try, and we're going to try all this stuff. It was supposed to be all CNC'd out of Delrin. And so I get my truck and I open up my kit and what the heck? There's only one set of arms in here, and they look like they're production molded arms, and they're really short, like super short, like buggy, almost like buggy length arms. And I called out Saxon, like, what the heck? What happened to the Delrin arms? He's like, yeah, don't worry about it. That's Thunder Tiger has decided this is what they're going to do from their testing, so that's what we got. So we tried it out, and we went to the Nationals in Arlington, Texas. And the truck was like so skinny, and that track was like super high bite, like crazy high bite, and we'd just be flipping all the corners. And then when they released that truck, they had to put these like wide offset hubs on there. So you had this thing like sticking out like a full 1.5 inches from the arms because the arms were so short.
People will never remember those days, man. There were different types of offset wheels. You could get big. Truggy was a mess when it was first starting.
When it first started, yeah.
Speaking of that, so when I was recently in Florida after Wicked Weekend, and I was at Dean's All Out, and I'm looking at this dude, and he's got like native manufacturing or something, and I'm like, this guy's got to be Native Racing, and I think they were the first people to make. But this is when we was converting Mugans into Truggies, right? And he was the first person to make the wide arms. He made CNC aluminum arm. He made a kit. And it was like these aluminum front arms, aluminum rear arms, and then you had like a tube because there's a pillow bowl, so you had a tube to connect and he was talking about that, and he goes, you know what? And he goes, those HB guys all came over and were studying my truck. And next thing you know, we had the HB Lightnings. But he was the original guy who started the wide arm truggy. And
I don't know if you remember back then, they had, when I was racing monster trucks, I think it was Dace Manufacturing and a few other guys were actually making like full-blown aluminum T-Maxes.
Yes.
Like it was a T-Max and like everything on it was aluminum. So the arms are aluminum and then you'd hit someone in the leg and just like snap it off.
Yeah. Hey, people would never, if you weren't around in those times when monster truck kind of came in and it was like T-Max and I had an LST as well. I remember Drake was and the MGTs and all that stuff.
And the Dominator, I raced that for a long time.
Yes. I had one of those.
The car actually worked great if you could keep it running. But it was it was always break, and if you did it, it was always blowing the ring and pinion gears on the inside of the drivetrain, and it was a 45-minute job to pull it apart and fix them.
Yep,
every run I had to fix it, and I'd be like in a mad dash, like just trying to get it put back together with like 3 minutes to go, and I got to get back on the track again. I'm like, this sucks.
I think didn't Greg race one of those back in the day and like beat everybody like a stock ready to run like in the truggy class? I think might have been at Hemet one year. Might have been it had to be a DNC or Nationals. I can't remember.
Well, I know Saxton raced the MGT and destroyed everybody.
I remember that in the magazines.
Yeah, that was I think that was at Hemet. He went out there when everyone's running monster truck and showed up with the associated MGT and just creamed the field.
Do you remember when guys would just put in the Panther low profile?
Oh my God, I hated
those tires that they were just slightly bigger than buggy tires. And then they would just put a truck body on their car, and that was a truggy.
Right.
So
that wasn't good. Those things did not work. I don't know why everybody thought that was a good idea, but they eventually realized they just don't actually work.
Well, I think what it was because you could still run everything else that your buggy had. And you just slapped those wheels on there and you called it a truck.
I mean, it was back in the day when we had the T-Max tires, and that's what we ran on our trucks originally.
Right.
And if you remember those tires, they're like super high profile and really wide tires. And so before the whole low pro tire thing came out, and they went to the full extreme, like the low profile tires were just too extreme. What we have today is kind of halfway between a T-Max tire and those silly low pro tires, which is like the correct profile.
But remember,
we used to cut them down. Like we would, like at the Nationals in Arlington, Texas, because we had so much traction. Richard showed me, he's like, this is how you do it. I've never done it before until it showed me. But you basically take the tire and you cut out basically about a 3/4 inch strip in the middle of the tire, and then you glue it back together again. And you make this like skinny ass tire.
Right. But do you remember when Panther made the wheel-in tire that was just a little bit bigger than buggy?
Yeah,
and just a little bit, and smaller than those worked. Those worked, and one guys had an unfair advantage.
I didn't like those things. They were better than the T-Max tire, but if you took a T-Max tire and cut it down the way Richard did it, they were better than the low pros.
Yeah,
but compared to the actual T-Max tire, yeah, that were better.
Those are some great times in Nitro RC racing. It was a lot of fun. Nitro RC racing. All right. I know it's so I just wanted to talk about that because you was one of those guys that were there, and I just remember you was really, really into truck. I remember you posting about all of this on the starting grid and all this type of stuff. So it was good to just talk about that. All right, let's go forward a little. Let's get back to AMain. So you moved into the new facility. You're doing that. I guess I want to know what happens because then you get into bikes, right? And then we start seeing, well, I guess we should back it up a little bit. So as you're watching your company grow, well, how are you keeping on top of things?
Well, it was pretty stressful back in the day. There was always an inflection point when you get to certain points in employee counts. Like in the early days, we're all together. So you just like yell across the room at somebody. Everybody would wear multiple hats. So it got a lot much more difficult as the employee count grew. I realized that when you get to 40 employees, that's just everything changes. And so we just had to figure out the best way to move forward. I had to hire really good people. So over the years, I've managed to, we didn't actually hire too many people externally. A lot of people just came up from the inside of the company and just kind of grew into those positions. So we've got a really good team right now. So that was a big part of it for me was actually getting people to take over the business side of things so I could focus back on the software. But yeah, I mean, employees are the number one asset that we have, and also the most difficult part of the business, because they're employees and they're all individual people and want to do different things. So one of the biggest things I learned over the years is that when I delegate a project to somebody else, I have to be willing to accept that they're going to do it differently to me.
Mm-hmm.
And that's okay. If I want everybody to do everything the way that I would have done it, we'll never get anything done, because people are individual and they have different approaches to doing things. So they may do it a different way. Is it wrong? Not necessarily. So that was a hard part, to kind of let go of that control, like stop micromanaging everybody and say, you need to do it this way. It's like, just let them do their job. And if they do the job correctly in their own way, that's okay. So that was a big part of it for me as well.
What was, you like I said, all the guys that I met seem to be very happy there, that, you know, geeking on an RC. Do you have a lot of long-time employees there still to this day?
Yeah, we do. Kevin's been here for a long time. Brandon's our first employee. He's still there. We've got quite a lot of people that have been around for 10 plus years. Yeah.
And what has been key to that? Because the hobby shop business is also, like, you see a lot of these, well, obviously you're more bigger than a hobby shop, but you see a lot of them always trying to, you know, recidivism, I guess I'm going to use a jail term, but lots of come and go, different type of employees. Some people stay around for a long time. You have some good places.
Yeah.
Like I would say like Alex Sturgeon. He's a very good person for running his business. I look at my buddies down at BenchRacing, Lucas and the guys, they're very good. How do you keep employees happy in this type of business? Because I tell people all the time, when you work in the candy shop, the candy isn't as sweet anymore.
That is true. I think a large part is just making sure that they have a fun environment to work in. In the early days, we pretty much hired every RC nut in Chico. So in the early days, part of it was, you know, we've always given our employees a cost price deal, so that every employee that works for us can buy anything from us at our cost price. We don't mark it up, provided they don't turn around and try to sell it or something and make money on it. And so that's always been a big thing. And so in the early days, a lot of the guys were RC folks. So they loved the fact that they could buy their RC stuff at significant discount to what they would have to pay out in the street. So that was worth money to them. But since then, we've a lot of people that work for us now that just are not into RC. We obviously have a lot of bike people now. It's the same thing. If you ride bicycles, the bike guys get to buy stuff at cost, so that they like that. But also just having a fun environment to work in. Just making sure that people enjoy their job, I think, is really important.
Great. That's awesome. I think I tell JQ this all the time. I said, happy employees are productive employees. And he has an issue. He's very similar to you. He has a very big issue with delegating. He seemed to delegate when I worked for him. He delegated to me and always said, ask for forgiveness, not permission. And other things, he's very limited on delegating, or he wants to micromanage everything. Segueing,
I do too, but I learned to let go. That's the thing.
You have to, or you're going to drive yourself crazy. And people are going to not enjoy. People aren't good ideas. There's people who have good ideas are going to be. Then they're not going to want to share it with you because you're just going to always be shut down or whatever.
Yeah, it used to drive me bonkers in the early days because people wouldn't do things the way I wanted it to be done. And I would have to we're going to do it this way. And finally just realized it's okay.
Especially if so many different personalities.
Let them do it their own way.
Yes. Yeah. Great segue into the bikes. So the bicycles and all that came over. I would say that you took a long, that's because you obviously got into bikes really hardcore. And then you actually did leave racing for a bit, I want to say, or was not as active. Sure. What led to that? Did you get burnt out with racing, or what happened?
Well, two things happened. I actually ended up having back surgery in 2011. So that kind of put me under for a while. But the other thing too is that I didn't really get out of racing so much as I stopped traveling. So when I had Outback Raceway, I would still do a little bit of traveling because obviously I was really into 8 scale. And so I was still traveling a lot to the races. When we started Silver Dollar Raceway, I always told myself, this is my track and I'm going to race here, but I'm still going to travel around, right? It didn't happen. As soon as we had Silver Dollar, it's like, I don't think I traveled again to another race after that. I always thought I would. Like that was probably the last time I went to a Nitro Challenge would have been 2012-ish. in large part because I got the fulfillment that I needed. I was really busy with work, and it's like I could race on the club race on the weekends and get my 8-scale fix in, and all the top guys would come to my track. So, I didn't have to go travel down to SoCal to see Chad and stuff like that. Chad came to work for us. And so in large part, I realized that's probably part of it. As this became a lot less visible, I was still out there doing it. The back surgery put me out for a while. And then the bike thing happened because I needed something to get back into shape again after my back surgery, before my back surgery as well. And so I started riding bikes. And then after my back surgery, I started riding bikes a lot, and I really got into it. So I was racing on and off, but not as much. And I certainly didn't travel. I just stopped traveling.
So with the bike thing, was it mountain biking or like on-road riding?
Mostly road for me. I still mountain bike, but mostly road. I tend to crash a lot more on the mountain bike. So
right, that would definitely. So did you go like full more into that? Like obviously you had to.
I did. Yeah, I was racing. I got a separated shoulder up here from crashing in a bike race. So that kind of put a dampener on my racing career.
How do you find that community compared to the RC community?
It's different, but they're really good people. There's a lot of really fun people in the bike side of things. So good conversations and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just a lot of fun.
And it's huge.
Yeah, it's big.
It is huge. Especially that mountain bike. It is huge here too in the Dominican Republic. Like every Sunday, it's amazing. Like compared to what RC racing is, it's amazingly huge. So when did you decide to open up the bike shop and get in incorporate that into AMain?
So that was 2015, I think. We were looking around like, how do we grow the business? And realized that we could get into a different vertical. So there's a lot of similarities between a hobby shop and a bike shop, and the bicycles and stuff. So I was really into bikes. So we've been successful in the areas that I'm passionate about. So I'm passionate about RC. So we were really good at that. I'm passionate about bikes. So we figured we could be good at that. For instance, we've tried to sell trains online, model trains, and we suck at it because nobody knows the trains. And if you don't know the product, you're not going to do very good at it. Like when we first started doing touring cars, we were not very good in touring cars. We could not get any traction in the touring car market. But as soon as we put in a racetrack, we had our carpet track, and I was racing out there every weekend, and all of our employees were doing. As we started to understand the market and what they needed for ourselves, then that's when we became really big in the touring car market as well. So doing things you're passionate about, I think, is really important for success. And so that was part of the bike side of things. So 2015, we ended up buying a local bike shop. It was a cycle sport in town. Eventually became AMain Cycling, and now it's performance bike. So we still have that shop today, but that's where it all started from on the bike side.
Okay. And obviously that's still going well for you. I saw a big part of it at the facility in Charlotte. Do you still cycle yourself as well?
I do, yeah. I haven't been riding outside as much since I moved to Charlotte. I do spin classes a lot. I use it a lot for exercise. I'm getting a new bike shortly, so I plan to get back out on the road again.
Right, but you are into motorcycles now.
I'm into motorcycles too. I'm running out of time to do my hobbies.
So how's that going with motorcycle racing? I think we talked about it. You did the Tail of the Dragon as well. You're not too far away from that in Charlotte. Beautiful road, beautiful, dangerous. Very dangerous.
But yeah. In large part, because I really love riding my motorcycle. That's part of the thing that's got me into the racetrack. I'm not racing. I don't plan to race motorcycles. We're just doing track days, so it's kind of like club. You just get out there. There's no lap timers and stuff like that. It's just about being out there, having fun, and pushing your limits to yourself and being safe. But I quickly realized after my first track day that the track is phenomenally fun, and you're wearing the right gear. The track is designed to allow you to crash and be safe. If you crash a motorcycle on the street, not a good idea. And so you just don't want to get out on the street and go up to the Tail of the Dragon and try to rip the corners at 100 miles an hour because, you might survive it, but if you fall off, you're in trouble. So I've got two different types of bikes now. I've got my sport tourer bike, BMW S1000 XR, and my track bike is a BMW S1000 RR. And so the race bike doesn't go on the street anymore. It's just not even street legal anymore. It's just track only. but I can get out there. I can push that 160 plus miles an hour, hitting corners at 100 miles an hour and stuff. And it's super fun knowing that you're in an environment. If I crash my bike, I'm not going to die. I'm just going to slide along the ground. So it's actually the safest place to ride your motorcycle is on the racetrack. And you can really push the limits and enjoy the capabilities of the bike. And then the Sport Tourer, different type of bike. It's more upright. It's more relaxed. We just go on touring rides, get up into the mountains, ride around, maybe take some stuff in our panniers and do some like 2 or 3 day trips. So that's the kind of I enjoy that side of it now because it's more like touring riding. So we might, maybe we're exceeding the speed limit in a few places, but you're not doing 140 miles an hour or anything silly like that. So I get that fix on the racetrack, and then I can take
just go for a ride
on the street. Yeah, just go for a ride.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Like I didn't realize that up in the Carolinas, up there in North Carolina, the mountains, and go to Tennessee. It's beautiful roads.
It's really nice. The Blue Ridge Parkway is just like, it's really amazing.
Beautiful up there. All right, let's segue because I keep coming back because we're going on and off, and I told you I wasn't going to keep you too long. The AMain brands ProTech. How did that come about? And what was your goals with that?
That actually came out of the S-Grid.
Okay.
So if you remember way back in the day, I forget who it was, but somebody was selling $1 bearings on the S-Grid.
Oh.
And they would...
Was it Avid?
No, it was before Avid. Avid started around the same time that we did, actually a little bit after us.
It wasn't the infamous Bounty Hunter, was it? No, because
there was some guy every year. It was like in Christmas time, he would get together an order, and everybody on the grid would basically put in an order for all the bearings they want. We'd say, I want to have 100 5x10 clutch bearings, 8x16 wheel bearings. So you basically say, what do you want? And he had a source in China, and he would go off and buy all these bearings over in China.
I do remember that. Don't remember who it was.
Send them out. It was like $1 a bearing. And so he was doing that, and then he just vanished. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know if he stopped doing it. He just vanished. And everyone's like, how are we supposed to get bearings? And Stephen Best was like, how are we supposed to get bearings? And I'm like, well, let me see if I can find out where we get this stuff. And so I ended up hunting around, and I found a bearing company. So I basically, the first product from ProTech, actually wasn't even ProTech, it was AMain Hobbies brand, was actually bearings. So we started sourcing the bearings out from China, put them in, sold them at the same price. It was like, basically $1 a bearing. And ended up putting all the bearing products together. We had them all as AMain Hobbies brand, and then pretty quickly realized once we had our hobby shop that if we ever wanted another store to be able to carry that brand, they're not going to want to carry an AMain Hobbies brand. They might today, but back then, the stores hated us back then. We were the online retailer with like the online terror kind of thing, which wasn't what we were really doing. They just misunderstood what our goals were. And so at that point, we said, we've got to come up with a different brand. So we came up with the idea of ProTech and rebranded all of the bearings as ProTech. We'd started a line of screws and nuts and bolts. So we had washers and screws and stuff like that, kind of like accessory stuff. And then the third big product we had with ProTech in the early days was actually batteries. That was when we first started doing the RC helicopters and airplanes. And so we had, I think there's 3 S2200 milliamp batteries for airplanes and helicopters that we were bringing in and branding as ProTech and selling those as well. So those were the 3 main products that started the whole ProTech brand.
Yeah, now you got everything.
I've got all kinds of stuff now.
Yeah, you got drivers like Mayfield and his personal engines and all that type of stuff. It's amazing to see how much has grown. Like, when I walked into the AMain shop in California and then the one in North Carolina, you see like Mayfield's picture there and all that. I was like, wow, this is crazy. This is crazy. But yeah, I guess now are you seeing, so obviously there's been ProTech is around the world as well, in different hobby shops and stuff. So that's your brand. You sell it just like any other thing. It's taken off, I assume, because it's very popular. You have everything.
It's actually been doing really good.
Yeah, good stuff. All right. I guess the biggest news has been obtaining HobbyTown. That's what I was reading about it. I know that you guys had kind of been fulfilling orders for them and doing all that online stuff, but now obtaining HobbyTown. I know you're just at a big HobbyTown convention, which was, I think, in Florida, right?
It was in Orlando, yeah.
Yeah. So tell us about that. what that means, how does this work, and just run us through that for people who may not understand.
Sure. So when we first started, the way that everybody was purchasing product on the internet was everybody on the internet back in the early days was an early adopter. So it was like you just had to be really aggressive on price. But we pretty quickly realized that there are some products that sell really, really, really well inside the actual physical store. And those are the products we just won't do very good selling online. And so we ended up creating our own store in 2008. And one of my goals was to build a point of sale platform for the stores to allow them to be better at what they do. As you know, most hobby shop owners tend to be passionate about the product. A large number of them are, but they're not necessarily the best business people in the world. So they need tools and techniques and technologies to help them actually do the things that they're not necessarily good at, so they can focus on the things that they are good at, which would be understanding the product and making sure they got the right product in place. So it was my goal ever since we first opened our store in 2008. They ran our own point of sale platform from day one. And so we've been building that out. And like, how do we make this better? And so fast forward to like 2016, and like, this is like 8 years later. And we're like, how do we make more stores? I have no clue how to create more stores. People will be constantly calling us saying, hey, can I open up an AMain Hobbies store? And I'm like, we don't really have the ability to do that. It sounds like a good idea. So we couldn't figure that out. And my background actually included HobbyTown in the early days, because as you remember from earlier in the conversation, there was a HobbyTown in Chico, and I was good friends with the owner. One of my really good friends back in the day was working there, and then he worked for me after that for a while. And so I kind of like was always at the store. I was shopping there. That's where I probably bought my first 8-scale buggy. And the original owner, Mike, wanted to close down after about a decade of running the store. So like this is about 2005, 2006 timeframe. He was going to close it. And right when we were starting up our store, actually, no, that would have been 2003 before I started AMain. And I came up with this business plan that I sent to HobbyTown that said, hey, I want to buy the local HobbyTown store, and I'm going to use the internet as a way to make the store better. I was going to be able to like clear out inventory on the internet and stuff like that. And HobbyTown's like, no, we don't let our stores do anything on the internet. And I was like, all right, whatever. So I went off and started AMain Hobbies. And then so 2015 come by, and I'm like, how do I figure out how to do more stores? And somebody had told me that HobbyTown has their own point of sale platform, and that maybe they'd be interested in talking to us about theirs, about using our point of sale platform. And so I'd actually tried to reach out to the HobbyTown folks, and then I was told that they weren't really interested in what we had to do. Gil Losi, a good friend of mine, everybody knows Gil, obviously, most amazing motorcycle that just came out. So Gil was working at Firelands, which was HobbyTown's proprietary product brand at the time, helping them design their products. And he called me up and says, it's like, you need to talk to HobbyTown about this stuff. And so he ended up getting HobbyTown, and then to talk to me, he gave my number to Bob Wilkie, and Bob Wilkie called me up and says, hey, what do you think? So we had a conversation and realized that we had a lot of similar ideas about how to make the stores better, which was increasing the store count is really good for our hobby, because that's where all the new customers come from. New customers aren't coming to AMain Hobbies and buying stuff. They're going in a local HobbyTown or a local store and buying stuff that way. So we thought, we realized it was really important for us to maintain the stores and actually help them be healthy and grow, because that's how it keeps our entire industry healthy. And so in 2016, we did a deal with HobbyTown to take over their website, because they needed a better tool for promoting their stores. And today, the internet is effectively the front door for a lot of the stores, even if you're a brick and mortar store. If you're going to go to Lowe's or Home Depot or something, you usually check the internet before you go into the store, or Best Buy or something like that. So it was really important that HobbyTown had a plan to present their stores online. So in 2017, we launched the HobbyTown website on our platform. So we took over their e-commerce fulfillment. So all of the product that was sold on HobbyTown was coming out of our warehouse. And we, from that point in time, we worked with HobbyTown to build the store inventory so that we could make sure that all the local store inventory, the things they had in the store, was available, so customers could see that this particular store had a product. They could reserve it and go pick it up. So kind of like the buy online, pick up in store kind of approach, which was phenomenal for the stores when COVID hit, because that's pretty much the only way they sold products. So we built that, and when COVID came along, that was really big for the stores to be able to have a way of selling a customer a product that was sitting out in the car in the parking lot, so they could actually keep their doors open and do well. And so fast forward to today, ever since we first started, I think there was a desire amongst the HobbyTown stores themselves, and also within HobbyTown itself, and then with us, to eventually become one company. And we couldn't really figure out a way of doing it cleanly over the years, but this year we finally figured out how to make it happen. So that's what we announced down at the Orlando convention, that we were binding. The stores are pretty excited about it, which is really good for us. We think we can help them build the tools they need to be better stores and do better with their customers.
How many? So they're going to stay HobbyTowns, or are we going to see smaller, or this become AMain extensions? And how many stores actually are there now?
So the stores are all going to remain as HobbyTown stores. That's their primary brand. There's been concepts about doing store within a store kind of concept, maybe like an AMain Hobbies store within a store concept, to be able to promote the brands that the stores are selling. Kind of like you go to Best Buy and there'll be like an Apple section and a Samsung section and stuff like that. So maybe some branded section, like, stuff for the Losi brands and Traxxas brands and stuff like that within the stores, to make sure that they get good exposure for their products. So there's kind of concepts there, but they'll stay as HobbyTown brand. And I don't know if we'll ever do any more AMain Hobby stores at this point. We might just stick to focus on the whole HobbyTown brand as we move forward.
So like the HobbyTown that Alex is at, that's now yours, or how does that work? Because there's it's two different HobbyTowns, isn't there, or something like that?
Well, there's 106 stores, but they're all franchise stores.
Okay.
So the HobbyTown stores are actually independently owned stores. So they're they are mom and pop brick and mortar stores in a way, and that each owner individually owns their stores. Some owners actually have 4 or 5 stores. So some of the better performing ones, they'll have they might have like quite a few stores in their arsenal. But they're all independent business owners. So we don't own any of those stores. They're owned independently by the stores that run it. But we're going to help them. We provide them with a little software and everything to make their stuff better and surface their inventory on the website. Okay,
understandable. Oh, that's a big move right there. That's an enormous move. Congratulations on that. All right, so I keep mentioning the East Coast warehouse. I got to go there. It is humongous. I think people can't fathom how big it is. It's up there in Charlotte. You're building a new facility as well over there in Chico, which is going to be bigger, I'm told. We have also indoor tracks. You're now based in Charlotte. What prompted the move to Charlotte, building a facility there? And are we going to see possibly a indoor track there in Charlotte?
Yeah. So when we were looking around, we'd known for 10 plus years that we needed to have a distribution center somewhere on the East Coast, just because there's more business over here. There's just more people. There's just more people here. So it was a long time coming. We've been working on it for years, and then we finally launched the distribution center here in Charlotte. Charlotte ended up being the location we picked. Once we looked around at all the different places, we looked at Tennessee, we looked at a few places, but Charlotte ended up being a really good location in terms of the access to a really good employee base and access to decent shipping and stuff like that. When we did the Charlotte location, I was never in my mind that I might move to Charlotte. It just wasn't a part of the plan at all. But then fast forward a couple of years and COVID hit. All this stuff happened. Unfortunately for me, my dad actually passed away during the COVID time period. He ended up, he had like a Servo. It's like a CBD, which is a cortico basical steroid. It's in the Parkinson's family. So he got really sick. He was getting sick before COVID, and then it just deteriorated. So unfortunately, he passed away. And it was rough for me in Chico because I suddenly realized one day that I was 51 years old and I'd been in Chico for 26 years and it wasn't feeling like home to me. Australia still felt like home. The house that I built in Chico, I had like a whole separate master suite for my mom and dad. My dad had passed and my mom has Alzheimer's now and she's in a care facility, so she can't come here anyway. So I was like, there's like things about this house that's just hard, when you lose your parents. And so we were just looking around and I was thinking, I wanted to move somewhere. Let's start a new chapter of our life. Where should we go? And we're like, maybe we should go to Canada. Maybe we should go back to Australia. Maybe I'll go up to Oregon. Maybe we'll go somewhere on the East Coast. And then we started looking around and found out that Charlotte is actually a really great place to live. And so we came over 2021, I think, to visit. Frank, our helicopter team pilot manager, has a house in Charlotte. He has a house up in New York City because his day job, he's a stock trader. He works for Morgan Stanley. And so we're just a side job for him. We're the fun job. And so he has a house here in Charlotte, and it's only about 10 minutes from where I live now. And when we came over to visit, we looked at all the different areas, up around the lakes and stuff like that. And when I came to visit the area that he's in, I'm like, wow, this is like really nice. Really good schools for my daughter. So that was a big part of it too. So we pulled trigger. We said, hey, let's move. Let's take the big leap and move. We already have the distribution center in Charlotte. There being this idea that we could kind of to grow that as well. And so we basically jumped in my fifth wheel and drove across the country and ended up here. Kevin came with me, so he's actually here now. Bittersweet in some ways because of the amazing facility we're building in Chico, which I'm really going to miss, but I'm probably traveling to that track to race on my own track at some point. So that was a big part of it and kind of a fresh start, something different with just time.
Yep. Charlotte's a beautiful, beautiful city. It's booming right now. It's going nuts there. It's like, it's like people moving there all the time. I enjoy my time there. I've spent some time there. And I enjoy going there. And I guess, you touched on it. You maybe building a indoor carpet track or something there. Is that something that you look? I heard this constantly. We need a track in Charlotte. We need a track in Charlotte.
I absolutely want to do a track here in Charlotte. We're actively looking for a location that would make sense. Somewhere in the South Charlotte area, because I don't want to drive hours to get to my own racetrack. But I think that's where there's a gaping hole for a facility in this area. I don't know where yet, but it'll most likely be indoor carpet, just because I love running indoor carpet, whether it's touring car or whether it's off-road carpet. It's super fun. It's really low maintenance, super easy to change the track layouts. There's a lot of things going for it. And then most people that have never driven indoor carpet, like, whatever, it's like pretty stupid. But then you find someone that, like even Brent Telke from Associated, he's like, dude, it's my favorite class. He finally got around to running it. He's like, this is so much fun. And it's just it is really fun. Two-wheel drive on carpet is amazing. Two-wheel drive buggies and stuff. Four-wheel drive is actually harder than two-wheel drive because they have so much traction. It's actually a lot harder to get them. I love running four-wheel as well. It's my two classes I just love. So yeah, somewhere in Chico, in Charlotte, we'll have a track for sure. Just not sure when or where.
And you released some pictures of the facility that you're building over in Chico, which is going to be bigger and have multiple tracks in it as well.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so the track in Chico, we're in a really lucky position in Chico because the new facility is like a mile from the downtown area. It's not very far away. So it's not that far off the beaten path. We're going to keep the Silver Dollar track, obviously, for that outdoor 8 scale. That'll just be going back to straight 8 scale. Won't have anything else in that facility anymore. At the new facility, there's a larger warehouse, but as a part of that, we're going to have a indoor track, and the indoor track will have carpet. So it'll be indoor carpet. Before KJ passed, he and I were discussing some cool ideas for that track. His idea, I like the idea, is actually laying asphalt down on the indoor track. So it'll be an asphalt indoor track. So we can run asphalt touring car on it. We could run off-road cars on asphalt. Or we could lay out the carpet that we have on top and run some carpet racing on top. So we could have a carpet racing if we needed it. And on the back of that, the driver's stand will be split. There's like a two-sided driver's stand. On the outside, there's a covered section, which would be an outdoor oval. So the oval track will move over there. So all the oval racing will be a dirt oval on the outside with a cover. So we'll be able to keep the sun off it. And so it won't get so crazy hot. Because the oval track at the Silver Dollar is super fun to race on. But until the sun goes down and you can maintain the moisture in the track, it's really hard to get the oval cars to work well during the middle of the day. And let's run a really big race and let the track completely dry out. And then it's crazy fun, but then it has to like tire wear. It's just insane.
I heard that. Tire wear is insane there. Silver Dollar is beautiful. I mean, I had only seen it from like the camera view. After watching the races there, you held, I think, we have I think it's been 10 years since we've had a Worlds in America. Yeah, it was your last race, 2013, which was
2013.
Awesome Worlds, like just one of the best ever we've seen. We got it's now 2023. We're having the Worlds coming up very soon next month. But I got to visit Silver Dollar. It's beautiful for the Nationals. It's a beautiful facility. The driver's stand is amazing. Everything in the pit area is great. Kevin Jellick, may he rest in peace. So sad about him. He did an amazing job. I'm glad I got to meet him. I'm glad I got to talk to him. Great dude. Very shocked at his passing, like only about a week after the Nationals and stuff like that. So my condolences to you guys out there. Nothing but positive and great words talked about him. And he was even when I just talked to him, he's a very good dude, very humble. I was just kind of surprised that he passed away. I saw you guys had a memorial race for him as well, which was awesome. I guess, if somebody like maybe have some words about Kevin, how you met him, how you got involved with him, what type of person he was, and who's going to kind of fill in from where fill in. I know it's hard to replace. It's never going to replace him, but who's going to take over from where he started?
Yeah. Kevin was an amazing guy. He affected a lot of people. I learned more about Kevin and how much he affected so many people in the racing community on the West Coast after he passed. He was one of those guys. He was just like really great at helping people. His racing would take a backseat to helping anybody else out, but then he could just grab somebody clapped out associated buggy and just rip it around the track and usually smoke everybody. I don't think I've ever beaten Kevin straight up in a race, to be honest. I think he's beat me every time we've been on the racetrack before. So yeah, it's going to be really hard to replace him. I actually met Kevin probably early 2000s when they were running NorCal. So I'd been down there. I'd heard some amazing things about the tracks and stuff down in NorCal. So I'm like, I got to go visit down this place. And so I spent some time racing down at NorCal on the track out there. I think I went to one of the Royal Nationals down there. And so I met Kevin at that point in time. And then when NorCal Hobbies lost their lease, he was partners with, what's the other guy's name? He has a HobbyTown now. Can't remember his name. Anyway, he was partners with him, and when they lost their lease at the NorCal facility, Kevin reached out to me because I'd actually had him come up and do some track layout changes for me on Silver Dollar, and he said, "Hey, what do you think if I came up and worked for you full time?" So I'm like, sure, let's do it. So he came up and became my racetrack director, and really helped really get that track working amazing for us. He was instrumental in all of the changes we did. Like when we put in the outdoor turf, that was his idea to put the turf in there, which got me into turf racing, which is like turf and carpet is like my favorite class. He got me into oval racing. I never touched an oval car until he said, we should put an oval track in. So we stuffed in an oval track, and then I'm out there running sprint cars and late models and stuff. Oval is way more fun than you would think for someone that's never done it before. So yeah, he was really instrumental in a lot of that stuff, defined a lot of the direction that we have for our racing facilities and the races that we ran. He and I brainstormed new types of racing, new qualifying formats and stuff over the years. some of which ended up in the Manufacturers Cup to try to do more of a ladder system for the top guys. So that instead of like every race is a heads-up race, we came up with the idea, which we never really finished, to build a new qualifying and race format called Moto RC. That was the idea, was to kind of motocross style in a way, or everyday race is a heads-up race, but we could never figure out the practicalities how to do it. So the Manufacturers Cup became that for the pro guys as an invite class, and then everybody else would just race regular, because we could never really figure out a program that would work for the normal people, just the regular guys. So yeah, it's, he was always full of ideas. Like, the week before he passed, he was bending my ear about putting asphalt in the new facility and stuff like that. So he was always thinking of crazy new ideas. So I don't know how we're going to replace him. We might end up having to have multiple people do the kind of stuff that he did. So, he was a master track builder. So yeah, I don't know. We're still wrestling with that at the moment. The race program is limping along with a lot of the local guys. They've stepped up tremendously in Chico to help that race program continue right now. So they're actively racing every weekend. We appreciate all the work those guys are doing to keep it going.
Sweet. Yeah. When I did the interview with him there, I was like, you just never know. And then I didn't get to speak to him too much because we were both busy, but just seems like a guy I would have liked to have gotten to know him better myself.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate. And I'm glad I did get to know him a little bit and talk to him. And it was a real shock. And may he rest in peace, man. But his memory lives on. And seems like you said, just affected a lot of people. Nothing but positive things said about him. And it was a big hit for the NorCal RC community as well. Mm-hmm. So may Kevin Jellick rest in peace. Mm-hmm. All right. We're going to finish this off with something really cool. You are racing a lot now. You and the AMain guys. I got to meet, like I said, a lot of them over there on the West Coast. The East Coast, I was at the North Georgia Shootout a couple of months ago, and Frank was there, and you had the AMain guys there, and they're like kind of new to it as well, so they're geeking out. You are racing again as well. Steadily. So are we going to see you? What is one of your favorite? Do you race in Charlotte? Do you race in the North Carolina area? Have you been to any tracks there?
It's hard just because of the time involved. Because most of the stuff around here is usually 8 scale. And because it rains so much on the East Coast over here, it makes 8 scale outdoor pretty hard because the tracks can get rained out. So I haven't been racing as much as I want. But because it kind of means I have to travel, it's like as you get older, it's a lot more work. In the old days, I'd be at the track on Saturday and then working on my cars on Sunday and then do it all again the next week. I don't have the time for that anymore. So I've got a bunch of Techno cars behind me. I'm building.
I see that.
Give those a try. So then I'm going to try to get out with Frank and Jason and those guys in the near future. This is probably the worst month of the year on the East Coast. I mean, just because August is like crazy hot and it rains. So you get pretty crazy humidity and stuff down here this time of year. But the fall's coming up, and fall is amazing in this part of the world. So hopefully I'll try to get some racing in this fall.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll see some of those guys at the Peach State Classic coming up in September. That'd be cool. It's always good to see those guys geeking out on RC, like new people that are just fond it. And Frank is like, I remember at North Georgia when his battery dumped in his e-truck, he was distraught. He was so distraught. And I was like, oh man, poor Frank. Good stuff. I know you probably can't tell us, but anything coming up for AMain in the future that you can probably hint to and let us know?
No, not really. Mostly just trying to get the HobbyTown thing done.
Okay.
That's a huge amount of work for us to get that all integrated and build the tools those guys need. So that's the main thing. And a track somewhere in South Charlotte for sure.
All right. Sweet. And I always have to ask this because you've been into this for quite a long time. I don't know how if you still follow RC like you did, but what do you think about the state of RC and what's going on right now in RC racing? There's a big argument about, is it growing? We see bashing is huge, right? You look at all these YouTubers like bashing is huge. I watch a lot of AMain's content too. What's the guy who does all your
Brett?
Yes, Brett. And then I think that Troy is also doing a great job with the social media. You guys just did the Visions race up there as well. What do you think about the state of RC racing, and any ideas how we can grow it? I want to say just get more new people involved.
Yeah, I mean it's a hard nut to crack. I do think the racing has actually grown since COVID. I do think there's more people out there racing. The thing for me, and that's what kind of like going back to that Moto RC thing, is that one of the things that always struck me about racing is that I'm not a big fan of the proliferation of multiple classes. Like, let's have the expert class and the pro class and the sportsman class and the novice class. I just think it just detracts from everything, because everybody's like, I want my day in the sun. I want to be able to win. It's like, well, you can have 3 classes instead of 1 class, and there's still only 3 winners. And if you've got 100 people, most guys aren't going to be that. It's like there's always the top fast guys in that race. And so one of my focuses with the Moto RC thing was like, how do you build a race format for like club racing and even the bigger races that takes the focus away from I want to make the AMain and win the AMain, and I'm bummed if I don't, to the focus of, let me have fun racing the guy next to me who's the same speed as me. Because some of those battles, people that have raced regularly will find out, it's like they've had like some epic battles with people that they know down in the D main and the G main, because those guys are the same speed as you, and you just have a lot of fun. And I can tell you, when you get up to the top of classes and you start racing in the AMain, it's like when you're racing against those pro guys, it is not fun when they're way faster than you, because then you spend the entire race just trying to get out of their way. When I was fast enough to actually hang with them, it was fun. But when you're trying to get out of their way all the time, it doesn't make for a whole lot of fun. So it's a lot more fun if you can just race with the people you're with. So that was kind of my idea with Moto RC. We couldn't really figure out the structure of it, Kevin and I. But the concept was that we would instead of having qualifying, there was just racing. And everybody was kind of resorting together. Every race is a heads-up race, so there's not this on-the-clock qualifying. If my qualifying is fun and it's a fair way to qualify, but it's also boring. It's boring to watch, and it's boring to participate in, to be honest. Because once again, it's like everyone's on their own clock. So a fast guy comes up behind you, and everybody expects you've got to move out of the way. Whereas if every race is a heads-up race, unless you're getting lapped, which hopefully is not happening because you're with people about the same speed as you, it's a battle. And so that was my idea. It's like, I think if we had more of a fun qualifying format like that, that's what makes potentially more exposure for the top pro classes too, because it's like watching paint dry to watch F1 qualifying. Unless you're really invested in the racing, like it's pretty boring.
I would agree there.
It's like you're just watching guys who are going around the track and they're just like clicking off laps. So for the average person that doesn't have any exposure to RC, they just don't get that. But they get it when people are battling on the track. So that was my idea. I didn't really come up with a way of doing it. I think I registered the domain name back in the day to try to come up with some other way of doing it. But that's still something I think that we need, is a more enjoyable qualifying / racing format. I don't mind the idea of separating out the pro guys from the regular guys, but there should just be like top pro guys and then everybody else. And when you club race, I just think it should just be one set of club racing. There's just everyone races in the same class. You're running 8-scale buggies, you run together. But if you have a good qualifying or no qualifying format, if you have a good race format where you can stack the heats based on what people's abilities are, but then it just kind of resorts until eventually you get down to the last race of the weekend or the last race of the race day. Maybe this is your 4th race in the day or 5th race in the day if you don't have any qualifying. And now you're with all the guys with you, and like around about your speed, you're going to have some epic battles. And that's fun. And then you can go watch the epic battle for the fast guys at the front and then see how they do it. Instead of just moping around because I was stuck in the D main and it sucked.
Yeah, I think one of the key things you said there is more fun, right? Yeah. And at the end of the day, 99% of us need to focus on that more, because leave that. I am fully on board with separating. Like, I think the pros should be like That should be their class. You should be at a certain level there. You should have to get invited into that class as well.
Yep. That should be a qualifying system. That should be the point system, kind of like the GP stuff that Joseph's trying to do.
Yeah, or a ranking system similar to how they have it over in But unfortunately, I get both sides of the spectrum. We just had a big argument about this, me and Max, on our last podcast. He is on your like have this basically have run around the qualifying, everybody separated by your times or and stuff like that. But I think the key is that I think 99% of us need to learn that this is fun. Leave that you have to also understand that these pro guys who are out there making a paycheck, that's their job. Like they have to be out there racing each other and providing entertainment for us and people out there. That's in my opinion, that should be who we promote and who we show to the world and whatnot. But I think the illusion of always being a pro, it's something that we have to get away from in RC because, like I said, it's that 1% that will be pro drivers. Yes, if you're a young driver, you're up and coming, you can go through the ranks and whatnot. But I think most of us should be happy with racing against our peers. And that might be, at the end of the day, that's who we're going to be racing against.
I mean, some of the best battles you have is out there in the club race when it's like the guys and it's like there's 3 other guys that you're real close together and you just get out there and it doesn't matter if you're in the B main or in the C main or whatever, you just like, that's the bragging rights. It's like, I beat the guy. I know this guy and me are the same. And like, I beat him this weekend,
And I definitely think we need to focus on maybe getting, like, I believe in what Mark Santeria's motto is, like, getting these bashers into racing. And we have a lot of people that have RC cars and maybe they don't know anything about the tracks and whatnot. That's why also I'm excited about the Pro Moto X, the bike. Not because I think it's going to be a great class for people to come run. Yeah, it'll be a class. But I think that the people that buy that bike will then look for a track. And then hopefully the girl is, hey, all right, I love my bike and all that stuff, but that 2-wheel drive buggy or that E-buggy or whatever is really where I want to race. That's where I think it will benefit RC racing. Yeah, I hope. I hope. All right, Kendall. Well, thank you for your time. It was a great catch up with you. I hope people appreciate knowing your story. I know I did. I got to learn more about you. And it was good to reconnect with you at the Nationals. I hope to see you at another racer in the future. And hey man, it's amazing that you went from doing this out of your garage to what AMain is now. And yeah, I guess I don't know what, like we always say this, but it'd be so weird if AMain wasn't around right now. RC would be a little bit different. Like people, it's crazy to think
next year is 20 years.
Really?
May next year is 20 years. And I'm like, wow, that's pretty crazy.
Well, congratulations, and we appreciate it, and thank you for your time and all that AMain has done for the RC racing side of the industry.
Cool,
sweet.
Thanks a bunch, Keenan.
Thank you. All right, thank you to Kendall for a great interview, and we got to learn a little bit more about AMain and what their acquisition of HobbyTown is going to be like, and all of that good stuff. And thank you. We greatly appreciate his time. And AMain has been a big thing in RC over the last 20 years, almost coming up on the 20 years of being in business. Now we're going to take a hot race racing tires hot look at the upcoming Euros coming down next weekend at the beautiful Redavon. We want to say thank you to Hot Race for all their continued support. We greatly appreciate them. They are going to be looking to win this as well as they go in. We know that they have one of the best tires for this track. It's going to be interesting to see. The race is going to be held at Redavon, where we had the World Championships last year, where we saw an epic battle between Davide Angaro and David Ronnefolk to the very end of the race. Both of them are on some different tires now, so it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. Max, tell us a little bit about this.
They're both on the same.
They are both on the same tires now.
Next Tuesday, but yeah, next Tuesday we're gonna head to Spain. Well, next Monday most people are gonna head there, but Tuesday we get on with practice. Wednesday seeding. Thursday, Friday qualifying and lower finals, and then Saturday the finals day. And yeah, I think the big storyline going in is David versus Davide, because
But is it the big storyline? Because Canas beat them both this year.
Yeah. I think that's what I was thinking when I was writing up the note, because I was like, can Davide actually win his first European Championship?
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't won one yet because he obviously won the Worlds here last year. He just needs to back that up. But now him and David both on Matrix tires, which is, you don't know, like it might be good, it might not be good. Canas, however, he's a hot race driver now. He will be. It's his home race. Like, it's in Spain. He's had a hot year. He won IBC. He's done good elsewhere. So I mean, this I'm looking at Canas because he was third at the Worlds. It wasn't like he was far off. Now, I'd say he might have some sort of tire advantage going into this race. Oh well,
there we go. 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Yeah, but I'd say he has a tire advantage going into this race. It's his home race. He's had a great year. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's him who's the favorite.
All right, so this is going to be very interesting. Honestly, I kind of have Canas as my favorite too. I know David's not going to be happy with me when I say that, but the last time that these guys met, he was fast as fuck. But I will say this: it's been quite some time since IBC. We see neither of these guys have really done any big races. Okay, they did the Euros, the e-buggy Euros. Well, yeah, that was nothing. The Matrix has had time to work on tires and work on their compounds and all that type of stuff. But I still think that it's going to be hard. We got Barkan and Burak looking fast. Coelho will be fast at this race as well. I'm expecting Y'all Figueiredo to be fast. Who else? I got to put in Johnny Skidmore as well. He did make the final. Boots coming off that UK win. He'll be able to run whatever tire is good as well. It's going to be very interesting. Who else can we throw in there? Canas. Who else from Barufalo? Silver State win. Might be,
back on hot race too, right?
Yeah, back on hot race. Ricardo Berton as well. Who else? We cannot dismiss Polito, even though it's on Matrix. Very fast racer. Cannot dismiss him. Who else from Europe? Obviously, we cannot discount Una and Pekko as well from Finland.
Well, what about
Marcus
the Kilic
Karup?
brothers?
Huh?
What about the Kilic brothers?
I said Burak and Barkan. Marcus Karup, if he's going, I think could be very good. He was very fast. I wonder if Orlowski's no, he won't be going. I doubt he's going because he's got the Worlds coming up.
Worlds.
But he might be. He might do it. He might do it because this is a qualifying year, correct?
Well, they
do it through individual countries.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
Who else can we throw in there that might be a surprise?
I'd say there's going to be Baldo brothers.
Baldo brothers, their home track. One of them will be there.
Yeah, Pariente. Lots of Spanish drivers could be that maybe we don't even know about. Also French drivers,
Savoia.
Yeah,
could be. So it's gonna be an interesting. I'm glad. I wish I was going. I really do. I wish I was really going. But I'm not, unfortunately. So it's going to be a great weekend. I believe RC Racing TV is doing all the coverage. I don't know when that starts, but I'll be tuned in to that. I guess, I don't know. Hopefully we can do some record, get something, get maybe do a phone call next week and get you on and talk about what's going on.
Yeah.
And see what's up.
I mean, we're staying at the same place with Joseph, so we could do a group call from there.
Are you guys staying at that Airbnb?
Yeah, it's me and my girlfriend and my parents, and then Joseph. We're all staying at that one Airbnb. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, cool. Joseph tagging along with you for the Airbnb. Why am I not surprised?
Yeah. Today we was debating. Huh?
Where's Pekko?
Pekko is staying. The Finns rented a fucking huge villa where there's 18 people can be there. So like all of the other Finns are there. But
is what's his name? Oh man, who was the team manager at the Worlds? Oh, I kept saying his name. Arto, team manager.
Yeah.
He looks like he's a rough and tough old tumble. Is that the guy who punched JQ out?
Yeah, I mean they've had their fair share of wrestling.
Or is that the guy who got in the fight with Cody King and Jake Thayer at the Worlds? Might be.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
So I'm actually looking forward to this, but I'll be honest with you, man. I'll be honest, deep in my heart, I feel that Kanaska isn't her the favorite. Maybe we'll see Robert. We forgot about Robert.
Yeah, well, I let you forget about Robert because
he's not going to be happy that I forgot about him. I'm sorry, Robert.
But I saved him because I knew you didn't say him. I didn't want to say it because I have a little secret I'll let you in on.
Ooh.
Okay. You know, Robert isn't the guy to win Euros back to back, as we all know. He's won 3, 10 years apart. Okay. Okay. And that's not a diss. That's just leading up to what I'm telling you. So he won first in 2007 and then 2011. So 3 years between. After 2011, it was 5 Euros until he actually managed to win one in Sweden. Okay. Now we're back on his home turf.
5, 6. Yeah.
It's 5 again.
18, 19.
Yeah, but 5 years between. So 6 years apart. Okay. So 2011, 2017, 2023. It's again 5 years apart. It's 14 years from his 16 years from his first Euros win. New car, new engine, same tires. His home race. He's been practicing. We have some tricks up our sleeve to make his car magic. You know, Bobby Battier. It's a 45-minute main. He crashes in the first 2 laps. Gets like a 20-second gap. Passes Canas in the last 5 and wins the Euros. Wouldn't that be a story?
It would be. I wouldn't be surprised if Robert won this.
Yeah, and
but
the thing is, like when Robert wins things, he wins them by fucking suffering in the start, and then just like I don't know what happens to him, but the way he drives after those first 5 minutes in these long mains is incredible. Like when he's on it.
But to be fair, there are so many people that could win this. I think Canas is definitely going to win it.
Yeah.
Here's the people that I think can win this. Canas, Burak and Barkan. And I have them down a little bit in my list of guys can win it. Ongaro is definitely going to want to win his first Euros. David has something to prove. He has I think David, if David comes in here with a chip on his shoulder, then people are in trouble. And I think he does because he has not had a good year. So David can win it. Canas, I still think Canas, Ongaro, Ronafalk are your 3 that are the top 3 guys that can win this.
Yeah, 100%.
But then throw in Barkan and Burak.
Barufalo, probably.
I would throw in Coelho.
Oh yeah,
I would throw in Coelho.
Is he coming though?
I would hope. 10 skill worlds, isn't it? Maybe not.
Yeah,
maybe
that's what I'm thinking. Like maybe he's gonna skip this one because
maybe not.
Next year is Worlds here, and last year was Worlds here, so I'm thinking he focuses on those.
And man, I don't know who else to throw in that. Barufalo, yes. I don't know about Barton too much.
Yeah, I think this track has never really suited him. I don't know what.
I would throw Robert in there. Robert can win it, but I would say that Robert is a very dark horse to win it. But I wouldn't be surprised if he won it.
Robert is the kind of pick where if he's on it at the start of the week, then I have no reason to believe he can't win it. You know, if he's like Philippine Masters on it, you know, beating Ongaro in seeding, like I have no reason to believe he can't do it.
And they ain't changing the track; it's staying the same. I think they're gonna. I think how does it start? This practice. How many practice sessions?
2 days. 2 days of practice. So I think it's pretty sure it's like 4 rounds of open practice, then shakedown and seating practice. So probably 6 or 7 rounds of practice.
And then it's what, 5 rounds of you know what? I'm going to be glued to the TV the entire weekend next weekend.
Yeah, 5 rounds of qualifying and then the mains.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, it's going to be interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Can't wait. All right. So do you want to do top 3 picks now or?
Let's go. Let's do top 3.
Okay. Canas. Ronafalk. Ongaro.
You're like a gypsy reading your cards.
Because I want to throw Robert in there. It's just so hard. It's so hard.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if Berkham gets it there for some reason.
Yeah. I'm going to go... I'm going to go with David, then Ongaro, and Berkham.
Okay. Really? You don't have Canasi at top 3?
I'm trusting something will happen to him because otherwise, based on like purely speed, it's like a toss of a coin.
I love the Euros. I love the Euros. I love Nationals, Euros, and Worlds. I love them. I love them. I love them. I love them. I really want to go. I'm gonna have to make it go next year. It's at Ongaro's race at Ongaro's track next year. All right. I think that's it for that. We have a rant. I have this video. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but I'm going to show you this video. This happened yesterday. And we're going to have a JQ Racing Rant. We're not going to go too deep into this. We're just going to talk about it because I think this is pretty bad. JQ Racing Rant.
We are now at that point of the show where you should fasten those seatbelts and put your big boy pants on.
Whoa. Things are about to get serious.
It's time for the JQ Racing Rant.
Alrighty, so we just talked about people taking RC too serious, and this just happened at Indy RC. Now, poor Indy, they've been I'm not going to say the name of the certain, but a certain Facebook group that is pretty savage because I see it. Well, we see it, Mimo Buggy. We always see it. They've been going pretty hard on Indy lately. There's been a lot of stuff going on at Indy. I don't know all the ins and outs about it, but this has nothing to do with any of that. So yesterday, a guy, I'm just going to play the video. You'll see. You haven't seen this, have you, Max?
I have not. I have.
Okay.
To say.
This is an oval race at Indy yesterday. Did you see that?
Why did he do that?
Let's do it again. So he runs.
Was he on the driver's stand or
no? He was in the pit lane. So this is an oval race. Yes. We got to see it again.
Pit lane, yeah, but like someone, he takes his guy out or.
So I talked to somebody there, and they said he missed that car too. But if he would have landed that car would have ended up way over her and the back wall. So let's watch it again. I'm sorry.
And the thing is, like, he fucks up like
another driver's race.
Field. No, but he fucks up like 5 cars. 5 cars are tangled, and he misses the one he's trying to kick.
I gotta watch it again because I think it's hilarious. Woo! If you would have landed that, oh my god. Okay, so backstory.
Why is there so many videos? Like, I've seen that one where a guy takes someone out, then he walks down the driver's stand, just fucking straight out sucker punches this guy in the face, and the guy drops.
That was bad. Luckily, this was not as bad as that. So,
like this is at least like no people get hurt.
Except
this guy's foot.
This is like if this would have been of American football, this guy's form was on point.
That's good form, dude.
So apparently, I know who this gentleman is. He seems to be a very cool dude. I met him at a few races here. I'm not going to say his name. From what I heard is that his daughter was out racing and this guy was hitting his daughter the entire time. And he just got upset and he ran out there. No, that's what I heard. I don't know what the true story is. Well, there's always a couple sides to a story, and then there's the truth. But man, we have to calm the fuck down. Like, Jesus crumbs. Yeah. This guy, he jumped on the track mid-race and tried to kick this guy's car for a freaking field goal, man. Oh my God. I don't know if I want to rant about this. I just think it's funny. I know we probably shouldn't laugh because this shouldn't be happening. This is not a good example for people.
Yeah, this is not how you're supposed to deal with stuff like this. Come on, this is funny as hell.
I gotta watch it again.
I'm pretty sure that car who's flipped over on the other side I think that's because it's like it happens after that. Go to the very beginning.
Looks like it. Yeah. I wish we had it right from the beginning.
Yeah, I think the white car takes out the blue one that flips over. Then the guy's like, fuck it. Like, there's a limit and I'm over it. And then he's like going for the 3 points,
So apparently he got asked to leave after this and he wouldn't leave. And I think it's going to end up with him getting banned from this track. But I would say if it could be that his daughter was getting hit a whole bunch of times at this race and whatnot. But still, we have to, I get it. Fathers, look, after watching my son race there the other day, I can imagine how fathers feel when their sons are racing or daughters are racing, but we have to show a better example for these kids. And I would say, look, people, man, it's none of us are making money at this stuff, right? Let's not go. I'm still laughing because I just never seen anything like this.
Yeah, I love how you tried to be like teaching a story about all this. People fucking break into laughter
because it's hilarious. It's hilarious to me.
But
I wish he would have he would have contacted that full contact. It would have been so epic to see that car get.
I would have, yeah. And the thing is that those are quite light. Like oval cars are really light. So, and then you have a lot of surface area with the body shell. So it would have taken some air. So.
Okay, now I'm going to be serious, as serious as I can without laughing. But seriously, this is not the type of things that we want to be doing at tracks. I get it that maybe his daughter was like hit all over the place and getting hacked, but there's a way to deal with things, and I don't think running on the track and kicking the car is the way to deal with it. Because now, unfortunately, your daughter and you are going to suffer because now if you get banned from this race track, you can't go race there. Now, you may not care about that. That's fine, but.
No, but also like you don't want to. First of all, you don't want to show your kid like that's how you deal with things. Second of all, like other kids, watching the race or whatever, you don't want to show them that that's okay, And yeah, I think it's just like very poor.
I understand his frustration. I do. And
I mean,
I understand that.
Yeah, if something like that happened, like I'm obviously like. I'm with him, but that's not how you deal with it.
No.
Either say to the RD mid-race, like, hey, this is happening. Like, please keep your eye on this guy. At least say, like, keep it clean, Card.
Yeah, keep it clean.
Or keep then after you wait after the race and say, hey, I think, like, it's a little girl and whatever.
Or you tell your little girl, race him hard too, and give back what he's given. That's what I would say to her.
True. True.
But definitely not the way you would. And then I saw a post from Indy talking about no alcohol and drugs allowed on the premise. I don't know if that. So what I heard, this guy doesn't really drink. So I don't know if that was anything to do with that. It might have been the other guy that was. Who knows? I don't know. I've been to Indy. I know there's a gas station right by there. There's plenty of alcohol there to buy. I don't know if that's what happened, but it's sad. And it's sad but funny at the same time because I've never seen anybody go in there to kick a car. But I get his frustration. I mean, I probably wanted to punt a car too, to be honest. But please, let's not do this type of stuff, everybody. We need to show great examples for our youth, and this is not it. And I hope that this gentleman and his daughter, they work it out with the track and they get to race again. But man, Indy just seems to be under a lot of bad publicity at the moment. And I don't know what's going on there. It's crazy. It's crazy. But this is bad, but it's also a little bit funny at the same time. But it still shouldn't happen. It still shouldn't happen. Max, I think we've gone on for long enough. I think that's it. I want to say thank you to everybody for the continued support. We hope you guys enjoyed this podcast. Please don't forget to go out there and hit that like, sub, notification button. Please don't be kicking cars either. And just, we got to be better ambassadors for people. And for this gentleman, I got to watch it one more time. No, I'm not going to watch it again. I'm not going to watch it again. I just never seen that. That's pretty amazing. Hey, thank you guys for all the support. I hope to see everybody here at the RC program. Max, good luck to you at the Euros. Safe travels. Have fun. Good luck to everybody. I look forward to that racing that's going to be happening. What up?
Keenan, let me show you something.
Oh, do you have something to show me?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. You played it again?
Yeah. I knew you wanted to see it.
I have it right here. He's probably pissed off. You have to be very pissed off at that point to do that. All right, Max. I think we've gone on, like I said, enough. Thank you, everybody, for all the support. Thank you to all the patrons of the NNRC. We can't do it without you guys. Thank you to the YouTube members. You guys get early access of this podcast. Thank you to all the awesome sponsors of this podcast. They are Invisible Speed, High Tech RC, Sunpadal USA, Mayako, Hot Race, Sidewinder, Beach RC, Clinic RC, Techno RC, Stacked RC, Ignite Design RC, RaceCraft USA. Shout out to House of RC, Florida RC Championships, WRCE, We Do Media, Johnny Paz. Shout out to our drivers. They are David Ronnefolk, Robert Battier, Jared Tebow, Glitch RC, Sir Spleenless, and Alexander HagBerg. And
I love how this guy's like, he had a fucking medical emergency and had to get his spleen removed, and now that's his name.
Yeah, he runs with it. He doesn't shy away from it.
What was the other one? Beaner,
and then Born a Crime.
Yeah.
So all good stuff. We thank you guys for all the support. Thank you for everything. We can't do without you. We are on the 252nd episode. That's a lot of talking right there. With that said, Max is doing a virtual salute, and Lefty, we are out. See you guys later. Don't be out there kicking cars. Nitro is the glory. E-Buggy pays bills. If you ain't grinding, sliding. If you're going to kick a car, make sure you connect. Lefty and Max are out.